powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
one. We use for servicing at the same time. This indicator is used for alignment. So whatever you do here is being indicated on the screen. Verify. We use to show the student the end product of what they are going to learn. So this is a very accompanying. This is a Toyota car. Yeah, Toyota Corolla. These are rear engine. We have the gasoline type and then the diesel type. They are all electronic ones, modern electronic engines. Handbrake training. The student will know how the handbrake is being fixed and then its operation. We have manual engines Also, they will have hands training on them. Your Excellency, we have types of gearbox over here. The manual type and then the automatic one. And then we have it being coupled with trailers. That is over here. The gearbox is being coupled with motor and drive shafts. So when it's being powered, we'll be able to operate it and show the students how the automatic system works.
Yesterday, Erbo Apro Ghana. Na Obiara Nanyoso Aza Obiaya Manana. Moya so dying there, ordinance. H. Magana Hegina Azasida Nazaroko Ama Biara Osan Aza Yayamo. Abetrabi, I am Zamepi. On working free SHS. I'm at this time around and my family in Nara at least Wurumu who they are, Otumuko school, Otumu one left from the right. Now Emma will feel proud. They also wear Ghanaians. Yamisho. What's your being? Yarbe obey. Ma our day ye biara. I am him. Where were he and Durba? I may at a pole. I may to me a blow. Magana Wakodo.
Sabema and Nasia. Sir, the smile Nasia Megbo, my niece and member, and my probably do Central Region. 15 months and one day. The member fear about the child, about the circle, not yet way in the Central Region. We did just say for about this year, with that say. But some about ready a coso. A buying Shishaya, why in Fibia, my address, and me, I made the many the boss, maybe I never did. The office, Otrano, Oma, a higher there, too much. And able to be forced here. To me, I made the many berry. The Mammy Quanso, 80 a month for so summer, a down Kumaso. I had to say, never need be also so, with your two jar every year. You saw, may a Quanso about the damn mouth was 82. Your mind, 50 mountain. Sabato ya tu nerenazi. MPP. Yenya womu no. Semeba. Yemoni tuma ne bedase. Ini nyina achi soso no. Nyakasa mebe. Mujina mechi. Central Region, Fifi Mountain. 19 out of the 23 seats a while. Etomame. My media so. I am pretty dear. Nabas about the door mining in us. See, power in Germany. The Marble Snow said they're dead in no so. Your man says I have for a buy a muscle
na mefa kwanya eso ada wase bebre na mabɔ abaso enam covid nsɛmsɛm a esi in fact me ame no kase na me anso meti amanone ho na me so medi me lebra nkakra na wo hwɛ ɔman bi ti sa America yare yi bai ye ho kyerɛ yɛn enipa la efrim na natumi abɔ ne ho mmɔden sika wasɛ no ɛmo a wɔde aboa na yare yi sɛne ɛyɛ ehu ɛwɔ amanɔne a wɔn kura wɔn de wɔn ho wɔn bibi papa kura no sɛbi wɔn ho kyerɛ wɔn paa na so na nada roma yare ɛyɛ ehu wɔ ha kura na yɛ ehu ne saa nti wɛ deɛ mɛfa kwanya so ma da na nase na ma mo na hu sɛ sɛne bɛma bɛyɛ ano ayɛ no wabɔ ne ho mmɔden papaapa wayɛ adeɛ pa Ghana man da na nase bebree
Edi kan na breku me do ase edwabo ya woda no a aboaboa na no nyina de aba be hia me fefefe sei onyame enhyira wo me da ase papaapa na eno achi nso no nsɛm fefefe a waka fa me ne adwuma yɛyɛ no so me do ase papaapa me ba se me ba be hwɛ aban adwuma ɛkɔ so baby a edu na fem so metie nsɛm ada koma so na amadwuma aban ɛyɛ na sɛ sisi etrete yɛ ne amamu no a enya kwan etumi ayɛ babiom sɛ me ba be dam ase aban yɛ to yɛ de sɛ metwa mu yi 3 constituencies a war as in Central and South there and that's so a way afa and abreku North and Kwana akwako ya kakra na we said there before I be there e be ko baby ese ko
I want to show a brief on the Japanese family over the years. They've been very helpful to us. In 1993, and that was that Yamasa and then in 2010, they provided assistance which are assisting developers. Currently, like we see, they are now back on the road and they are being affected. From here to Yamasa, we have a client that which Chief Director which have rolled out. What we are going to do is to do stationary pelvis on the road and then put the shuttle back. This is the scope of the works. As part of the road, it's actually 30 kilometers. By looking at the commercial activities in Pacific, we have decided to realize the road. So 1.2 kilometers of Pacific will be realized. We'll have 2 years. Then we have the reconstruction of the rural underpass, which will feature the new line. We have a modern toll plaza that is going to be built at Asintas. We relocate that and move it further and create. Then we have this typical section that it will look like Asintas. There's an intersection there that we're about to be because the railway is. And this one takes us down. Then we have the rural areas, how to concession. Then we have the simple system of legalization. We actually use the JC barriers instead of having them here so that we can take value of our properties and put into the next. This is a typical section of the underpass that the city. And then this is one community. this location on the road. Then we have this Asim Fasita, the state in which we are now. But when we finish, we have this is the equipment that we are using for this organization and the recycling. Fortunately, a lot of our local contractors have spent no more take the material of Skyfire and Twitter, we all remove it. We just take the equipment, we recycle it, place it back on parts. So that
Mr. President, remember when we went to Japan, the first time one of our local contractors was recycling that electricity. So most of our local contractors are
yeah, interestingly, I want to talk about some of the commitments on our region. Over the years, a lot of roads have been committed. As I speak now, we have 967.6 kilometers of roads committed in the central region under the Department of Urban Roads, Department of Federal Roads, and Ghana Highway Authority. And under Ghana Highway Authority, we have 276 awarded from 2019 to date. And our projection is that by 2022 December would have been done with 165.1 kilometers. Most of the roads that we have now are almost 50% complete. And we are hoping that by the close of 2022, that doesn't mean that the rest will not be done. We are still rolling up new projects. New projects are being awarded. As I speak, we have about 120 kilometers of road that have been packaged. And I know this will also roll out in 2021 and by 2023. Should be adding to our commitment. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we are so glad that by December 2022, almost 160 kilometers for the 3 agencies completed. And GH have communicated so much of this. What you are saying at the Surutu, Reserve, and Kizim, these are projects that are over 70% complete as of now. And our program is that by next year, we should have 165 kilometers. If you add the 3 agencies, almost 460 kilometers. Wow, that's great. That's great.
So in a brief, this is the setup. This is the multi-purpose hall, ICT center. The idea is that we can teach programming and coding that will help adapt to the new world. Every setup or every particular discipline can help adapt the youth into the world that we have today, so that they can know how to program, they can know how to do coding, and know how to adapt to the new world trends. Typically, this is the setup, and we hope that this will just be the first phase. Given the gesture we have from the community, we hope to make it a TVET hub, use several of these facilities across board, and help the youth in the entire. Sorry?
You begin the construction for tomorrow?
As soon as possible. As soon as possible.
What does that mean?
We put all logistics in place and we start immediately.
It will take you what, 8 months?
Yeah, typically 8 months from the start of construction.
So we're talking about June next year.
Hopefully.
That's great. Oh wow. Keep our fingers crossed. Everything works well.
Definitely.
Hey.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
And then this is the location mark of the project indicated in the middle. Continue Kumasi, Yakai, Kumasi Road, Yakai from Yakai to Away. Now, the total length of the project is 15 kilometers. So the existing situation of the road, we call it before. When it's constructed, after, For instance, this is the Japai Abin Road. There is a river. This river, when it rains, no one can cross. So we are going to construct a culvert or construct a road on it, and that will solve the problem. This is a town in Dakar. This is a school. When the road is constructed, it's going to enhance teaching and learning. We also have farm roads. This is a farm road, that is also a farm road. When constructed, farmers will be able to bring their product from the farm. Within the Japai town, there is a threat of erosion. When the road is constructed, the problem will be arrested. This is also Japai town. Constructing the road will reduce air pollution. It will enhance the beautification of the town. Your Excellency, these are some that indicated to earlier, Your Excellency, for Ghana Highway Authority. This is the Department of Federal Roads and the Department of Federal Roads. By 2022, we expect to finish almost around 460 kilometers of roads within the central road. Your Excellency, in addition, we are doing the slow bridges. Under your leadership, we are doing 50 check bridges throughout the country. And part of it is special in the central region. All number of road bridges mostly on the federal road. The slow bridges, we have contracted, we are getting the bridges from the church government, the government of Ghana, the local
Emma Hua, Yamani J. Emma Hosepe, name me Penny Yaman Penny, Yura, Yina Yeti, His Excellency the President, and now the Danko Kufuan. One Nabua Funina, Mamina, Papa, or Passion Koso. Near the we Yakwanya Cassia near the Abda, the man Penyasi. War and it's for the Huno Cassia are. We are made the Abdomono, nor the Domo, or my move Ghana. A year, the man Penny, the leadership skills. Said you will see to turn a Yama or among the Mufa. Daddy Buffy and Sessa, the Becatro. Say, Unamia Sanamo was that brave say. Only Ghana mind free and Kwasumo.
About to travel. No, I mandate. We have people in the Casamay and Otoma, a branch here, that's what come up by the crew. So be a casa, so Otoma. About to the passing about the Damas. The show was what one would do in the soul. And yeah, one more to actually. We are go fast.
And obviously, it's going to reduce pollution, it will reduce erosion and it will also beautify the town, apart from the good aspects. We also have this as leading to the farm. This will improve access to the farm for the transportation of the farm products. When we were driving this the junction where you run, this is it. So after the improvement, this is what we are going to have. The last information, yesterday we were briefed on at Jakai, so I will not bore you with that. But the national is that by the end of the year 2022, we'll be able to complete 153 kilometers of feeder road and 4 convertible bridges.
General salute! Present us!
but now through the vision of the entrepreneur, Mr. Ambo, this factory has been constructed to produce this engine oil, coolant, all forms of coolants and liquid in Ghana. And it's doing it on the license? Yes. Yes. So we are going to stop the importation, and then and it's a 500,000 liters a day capacity, and we are able to produce all forms of coolants and then take away coolants and almost all the documents containers. So this is the outset of the plant. The plant is we are currently conducting a test run.
Again, Charlie, I miss you all. Good to have you here. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, please do well, hit the subscribe button, show your girl some love. So guys, I found this place, this hidden fort in a town called Sesame, and I'm here to show you what's in here. The town Sesame, close to Abokobi, is about 30 minutes drive from the Accra Mall. So this is the information center. Meet my friend. Hi, David.
Hi, guys.
So what brought you here? How do you discover this place?
It's been a place that we visit from time to time. A few people in the neighborhood know about this place, so today we decided to come and show you guys the area.
Are you here? Are you from here?
No, I'm not from
here. Oh, okay.
But we don't live too far from here.
From here, yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
So we are here together to see the place. We are here together with his friend. He's going to call the caretaker of the place, and for us to at least be educated. What happens here? How is this building here? It's on top. The history of it here. It's on top of a hill, so as you can see, it's way up. So meet our tour guide. He's called Kojo. Hi, Kojo.
Hi.
So Kojo is going to tell us a bit about this fort and everything we need to know.
This is Frederick's Grave Fort. It's located in Sesame, a suburb of Accra. It's close to a properly. I don't know if people really know that place. It's called Abokobi.
Abokobi.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it in the eastern region or the Greater Accra region?
In the Greater Accra region. This is the last town in Accra.
This is the last town. So from here.
Then we are in the eastern region.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So why is this fort significant?
Well, it was let's say it was a fort for the Dutch. It was for the Dutch people. They used this place as a farming spot.
Okay.
So like all this land was for farming.
Okay.
They farm a lot and they send it to Osu. From here, when they farm and they are ready to transport, they could actually see ships from here.
Oh right, yeah, I can see.
You can see Tema. They go on, but I think they had telescopes and whatnot, so they were able to see when the ship is arriving. The ship signals them, then they move from here to Osu.
So who is the Freddy's grave?
So he was the first person who came to settle here. He was the person who actually found this place.
Freddy's Grave is a colonial building built by the Danish people in 1832. This fort served as a plantation which crops such as coffee, sugar, tobacco, and maize. From the terrace of this building, the coast could be seen through a telescope. They monitor the movement of the ships from here. Once the ship arrive, they come with goods, often including slaves. The slaves will carry the white colonialists in hammocks and walk all the way from Sesame to Osu, a town which is close to the coast. Tour prices cost 100 Ghana cedi for 2 or more people. fort rooms have been decorated with artifacts and tools used in the past for memories. So this was his bathhouse. So his bathroom with a beautiful view. So okay, it's actually empty. This is the backyard. Oh wow! Actually like the bricks they used to building this. Well, has it ever been renovated?
No.
This is the original.
This is the original. This one is the original, but the other side has been renovated.
It has been painted. Oh, okay. This is how it was looking. Was it also looking like this in front?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they just decided to paint it white. Oh, okay.
So, according to the museum indication, the wall was made in 1831.
Okay.
That's about 190 years from now.
Wow, so this building is very old.
Very, very old.
Yeah.
Very, very old.
So this is the original style.
Yeah.
They use mud and stones. Okay, so this was just renovated. You can see this is cement and this is the original style. Oh, wow. So this is where the slaves were kept. This is one of the dungeons. It's so small here. The only source of ventilation is this door. There's no window. And yeah, this is how it looks. So without this door, I can imagine what they were going through. So yeah, so is the government managing this place?
Not at all.
Not at all.
No.
So they don't have any interest.
Zero interest.
So who manages the place?
The people who live here.
Oh, okay. This is where the slaves were kept, and they have still maintained the original style. Everything is still here, and this is how it looks. So this is the only bed that was here. This is how it looks like.
The bed is there.
So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching as much as I enjoyed being here. Did you enjoy your stay here?
Yeah, so it's interesting.
Yeah, so let me know in the comment section if you've been here before. Have you heard about this place? If today is your first time seeing this video, let me know in the comment section. So until next time, on my next video, I hope you found this video very educative. Hi Dixon!
Hi.
Did you enjoy your time here?
Yeah, it was good.
You have been here several times.
Yeah.
What brings you here? What keeps bringing you here all the time?
The vibe, the view.
The view.
Yeah. Calm.
Yeah, so we've had a good time here. It's time to go back home. And yeah, this is the end of Greater Accra. Behind this building is the Eastern region. In front of this building is Greater Accra region. So yeah, thank you so much for coming along. I love you all. Give them a kiss.
Alright, bye.
So this happens to be the chief's house, and before getting to the fort, this is how it looks like. And the fort, also close to it, is a church. So above this mountain is the fort.
22 is not, what do you call it? It's not a small feat in terms of a business. Running a business from the scratch to 22 years is something that you should applaud yourself for. That's number one. Number two, from where you started from and where the space, that media space has gotten to right now, I think you've actually paid some of your, what do you call it? You've made it more creditable. You've made that medium more creditable, and you've made it more profitable for brands such as what we have in our portfolio. I did say that you've done a good job. I would say that you keep doing more. You add more content. You try and be dynamic in terms of what you offer your clients, just as us. Let's continue to grow together. Let's continue to explore the different new channels, digital new channels that will come up, and then see how best we can make good use of them. Yeah, that's it. And I did say kudos to all you guys. You've done your best, and we hope to see more of Ghana Web around in the next maybe 50 years to 100 years. Yeah.
The quest for results and solutions to the country's problems has brought about a social media movement or campaign to challenge authorities to be up and doing. Now, today on Say It Loud, we speak to the originator of the hashtag Fix the Country. He's going to tell us everything that has to do with this hashtag and why essentially we are where we are now. I am Lord Harris Udasari. When we return from the break, we introduce our guest. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. This is Say It Loud with me, Lord Harris Idwasari. Now, today we have with us the originator of hashtag Fix the Country. His name is Joshua Boy Do, but everyone knows him as Kali J, so I can call you Kali J too, right?
Yeah.
How did the first tweet even come about? Do you remember what the tweet was?
The first tweet was just the hashtag Fix the Country, and then I followed with other tweets with content and the hashtag. But the first tweet was Fix the Country, and yeah, that's how I just started.
That was what generated this whole thing we are in right now.
Yeah, but I feel it's more of like a build-up.
Okay.
Because it's been, people on the timeline have noticed I've been talking about social issues for some while now. So,
okay.
And people who follow me have been following my trend, and they saw something coming. I also didn't see myself putting out a hashtag, but I was like, enough is enough. Let's just try and get one voice, and we should all speak out, because it's like I'm always the one doing the talking. But if we come together as a group of people, and then we're able to push their message, I feel our leaders will hear us. So I just put out the hashtag Fix the Country, and a lot of people agreed. So
I mean, like you said, you've been always, if I can use the word, lamenting or complaining about the state of the country and how things are not working on and all that. But essentially, the hashtag could have been anything. Why Fix the Country?
Because we've had instances like last year, like this time. For instance, I helped one of the towns trend the hashtag Fix our street lights.
Okay.
And there are times I put either NSS personnel or some workers from a certain sector of the country will come and say, please help us trend the hashtag because we are not getting paid. So instead of every day trying to trend a different hashtag for a different purpose, why don't you all just come together, have one voice, and then we fix the country as a whole. If the country is working, then there will be no need for me to come and fix the road, fix the street lights, fix our water bodies, fix our electricity, because the country is working, so there will be no need, and it will be like all our problems will just tone down a bit.
What is the response you're looking for, or what response essentially are you looking for?
I just wanted to see our government officials, our leaders especially, up on their feet. If I say fix our roads, people are communicating to you that the road here is bad, and you see it, and then you say, I don't want to do anything, because once they are done talking, they will stop. It's all over. I just want them to see because it's not like they can't do it, because 2 days to election, 3 days to election, I see workers on the road working day and night to fix roads before election. So why can't they do it when they have all the time in the world?
Okay.
But why can't they do it? It hurts because it's like they have the power to do something to solve a problem and they do not want to do it. And they are not the ones who end up suffering. It's the innocent person on the streets that ends up suffering, and it's too much.
Are you overwhelmed?
Thinking about this, the current state of the country, I don't know. It's like I see no future for us as a country if we keep on going this way. It's in 10, 20 years to come, if Ghana is going this way, where are we going to end up? And this is not, Ghana is not a poor country. We have all the resources. You know, our climate itself, it's tropical. We can have a lot, we can grow a lot of fruit here. We are privileged than a lot of countries. We are closer to the sea. We are closer to the sea as well. Imagine the landlocked countries without other resources like the ones we have in the country. So I see no reason why we should be poor as a country. And if we have all the resources, then why are the people not benefiting? It's because the system and the country is not working. And I just feel we are all letting the country down, and we are letting the people down, and we should just get up and let the country run.
We've had various people from different sectors jumping on board. We've got celebrities, we have CSOs and all that getting on board. Last I checked, you had over 450,000 tweets.
Yeah.
Did you expect it to explode like this? How do you feel?
When I started the hashtag, it was just a hashtag to tell the country and our leaders that the people are tired, so let's please work. But I started a hashtag and it's trending worldwide. It's over 450,000 tweets. I started another one and it's over 150,000 tweets, and it shows that there's a problem. It shows that there's a problem because over 450,000 tweets and they are not praising you, they are complaining. Then there's a problem. So what is the problem? Go through the hashtags. You see the roads. Which MPs, this road, which district is it in? Who is supposed to fix this road? Why is this road not fixed? Instead of coming to tell us that the system will work, to work when we are dead or what? We want to see progress in the country. If this hashtag goes all the way, it goes worldwide and we don't get results, then there's
no point. Let me just bring you back one step. Before you generated the hashtag, what broke the camel's back for you? What was it that when this thing happened, I was like, nah, this one day, Charlie, this country needs fixing?
It was, Aldebra posted a video. I saw a pregnant, a newborn baby on the floor with the mother. They were lying on the hospital floor. A 1-day-old baby. I still keep posting that video all the time. I posted it this morning. It was.
When did you first see it?
It was some months back. It was like a viral video. There, it was like, I think it's the nurse or the midwife in that hospital that posted the video. She went to the ward, the maternity ward, and the baby mothers were all on the floor with their babies, breastfeeding their babies in the hospital. And I was like, what did the kids do wrong? The country is rich, so why will you be born into a country like Ghana and then you'll be lying on the floor day one, lying on the bare floor because the person who is supposed to provide hospital beds is not doing his job? And I was like, enough is enough. And then recently someone texted me and was like, our classrooms, it rained heavily and then the roofing sheets fell off the classrooms and now the students have to move under the tree to study. The students, the 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds' crime was that he wants education for himself or herself. And the education the person is going to get in 20 years, 30 years is going to build this country. So the only crime the little kid did was to go to school to study. And I posted the pictures, posted the pictures on Twitter, and I was like, please, these people need help. And everybody was retweeting it. I was getting the likes, but I wasn't seeing results. And I'm like, who is supposed to do this? So I had to speak to some of my friends, some of my friends, and I was like, can we do something about this situation? So I made the person do an estimate of how much they need. They said they needed 60,000 Ghana cedis to fix the classrooms. I think class 1 to class 6.
Where was this?
It was one of the villages in Nzima.
Okay.
And I was like, the money is there, so why are we not doing it? And it hurts because if you build a classroom, it's for generations. It's for, you are educating a whole generation, and someone with knowledge will also contribute to building the country. So why? We don't have to. Education is like a right. Quality healthcare is like a right. I don't have to come and beg you that to help me. I don't have to come and beg you for quality healthcare. It's something that I'm supposed to get because I pay my taxes. I'm a citizen of this country.
Now, fast forward, the hashtag has trended. I mean, for a couple of days now, it's been trending. It's all over the place. But, I mean, you talk of healthcare, quality education, but those are just some areas. But tell me, what are your key picks that you want this hashtag to solve?
Unemployment. The salary, the minimum salary, rent issues, and the roads, and education and hospitals. But I'll put unemployment at the very top, because if you are taxing the people, and the person has a job, if the person has a job, the person won't really complain much because he has a source of income to pay for the taxes. But the person has no job and you're piling taxes on the person. How is the person going to survive? And then I asked this question on Twitter today. It's now over 400 comments. And I was like, what if I'm to meet the government right now and the government asks, what do we want? What would be your answer? And most of the replies were unemployment.
When did the mean of everything that you had collated?
Yeah.
The average of all the results.
Most of them. Unemployment, I think it's even trending on Twitter. It was like 17 or 16 the last time I checked. The youth are not asking our leaders for money. They're asking for jobs.
Okay.
So it's not like we are lazy. We are willing to work, and the job is not there. Let's say, and then when we complain that we want jobs, this is what the government will do. Let's say they set up a community, they set up a factory or a factory in a district, and the community has over 200 unemployed people, right? And then they set up a factory that takes 40 or 50 unemployed people. Then they say we've solved unemployment. So how about the 150 people left? And I feel unemployment shouldn't be a problem in this country, because let's take the Stop Galamsey fight, for instance. The government is saying we are ending Galamsey, but after that, what next? So if you are telling the person stop Galamsey and the person stops, what is the person going to do? The government our leaders haven't responded to that.
Okay.
And then they'll tell you go into agriculture. Once the person goes to agriculture, is there a ready market for the products
that the person
is going to produce? Our leaders haven't replied to that. But this is not something that should be a headache. If and our leaders always give this excuse, when you employ a Ghana man to work for you, they don't do their job and you end up chasing them. But here we are chasing our leaders to work. You get it? And then when we complain that we want more factories, we want more job opportunities, then they'll be like, Ghanaians have taste for foreign goods. But that is not something, that is a problem we can solve, right? If Ghanaians are always importing, let's say meat, we are always importing meat, and then the government increases tax on the importation of meat and other meat products from outside the country, and then they try and reduce the taxes for the local farmers and the people that produce meat, right? If you go to the market and then you see one meat and that meat is 50 cedis and it is imported, and one it's Ghanaian and it's like 20 cedis, and they are all of equal quality, why won't I go for the Ghanaian and leave there? And once you are doing that, you are creating ready markets. And once there is ready markets, people will go into that business because they see that there's a lot of money in there, and you are creating employment. It's this is not something that is going to be too difficult for governments to do.
So basically, these are your main frustrations.
Exactly.
What will make you stop the campaign?
Let's see. I see workers on the road. If I see a community today, like before I came to this interview, someone tweeted that due to this hashtag, my boss just increased my salary by 30%.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I just retweeted it with a smiling emoji because I said that we were getting somewhere.
Yeah, results.
So if someone comes and was like, we complain with the hashtag that the government should fix our roads, and now there are workers on the roads, I would say that we are getting somewhere. Okay, we are getting somewhere. Someone will be like, the previous government started this company or started this facility, and the facility is ready, but there are no people to occupy it. And then the government says, okay, so there's an office here, you people should go and occupy it, and we add it to the government's payroll, and we will move. They'll be like, due to the hashtag, things are working. Then we'll be like, so what's the essence of the hashtag? Then we will all just go back to our ways because we see the system working.
That's actually cool.
Yeah.
But going through the tweets, right, I see a number of vile attacks targeted at you and some of your influencers. Have you received any threat personally from anyone?
No, I've not received threats, but ever since this hashtag started, all I've been seeing is, Khalid, be careful. Right now, you are now a target. Right now, they've seen your face. You are now. But if you're in a society where I become, let's say, a target, I become a target because I'm voicing out my complaints, then there's a problem somewhere, right? But I feel we are just voicing out our problems. It's a hashtag. Hashtags won't kill anybody.
Do you feel unsafe or threatened, although you haven't received any and you've gotten advices from other people?
I feel a little bit unsafe. Sometimes I'm working and I'm looking back, but I feel it's just the heat of the moment and everything will just die down. And we are just doing our best to make the country a better place, because if the system is working, everybody will be happy. No one will come and attack. No one will just get up and say that fix the country if the country is working. No one will do that. If you go to the streets, there are people struggling. There are people that spend less than 5 cedis a day. And why should it be so? We have gold, we have diamond, we have bauxite, we have oil. You go to the oil city and there is no sign of oil in the lives of the people. It's sad.
Right. We're taking a short break here. We are speaking to Kali J, but his name is Joshua Boy Do. He's the influencer who started the hashtag Fix the Country. After the break, the conversation continues. Please don't go anywhere.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on Ghana Web TV.
Thanks for staying. So we've been speaking to a young social media influencer who has chosen to use his influence to bring about change in the country. I'm referring to Kali J, the originator of hashtag Fix the Country. Now, Kali J, I was telling you earlier, and you're telling me that you are not really safe, or you don't feel safe all the time, but hopefully just in the heat of the moment. But it appears a lot of people are complaining about the government's performance in certain key areas, right, including the economy, and they are sadly indicating their regrets as far as voting is concerned. Is it the same for you?
Yes, sort of. I feel if you vote for someone, you believe in the person, you believe in what the person can do. That's why you're voting.
So you voted for this?
No, I wouldn't disclose. But I voted for. No, I wouldn't disclose that. I don't think I'll disclose that. But let's say people are disappointed because they have hopes. Expectations bring disappointments, as you know. So
you feel your expectations weren't met as far as that is concerned?
No, the purpose of this hashtag is it's not a jab at the current government, and it is not in support of the opposition.
Okay.
Let me put it that way. It's more. That's why anytime. And all our tweets, we are just saying our leaders, because opposition is those in those opposition are our leaders. Those in current government are our leaders. This is just to tell them to sit up. So if let's say we are telling the government to sit up, and it's President Akufo-Addo's government that is on, then there are two sides to a thing. You will see it as maybe we coming at the government or we presenting an opportunity to the government. Because if this government takes our complaints to heart and they fix it, they will go down in history as the government that changed the history of this country. Right?
Okay.
But if they go deaf ears to apply it or they pretend they've not seen it, they'll just be like one of those governments, let me put it in that way, like one of those governments that just came to pass through. But if they see that, okay, the people are complaining about roads, so let's fix the roads for them. And then in 3-4 years to come, it's time for elections. The people will remember. I was teaching show working. So even if you work, I'm not even sure you have to campaign because the people have seen your work. You just remind them that I did the road for you, right? Okay. But if you don't work, and then the people are saying, please work for us, and you're not working, then it becomes something else.
I asked because in 2016 a similar thing happened where Ghanaians, poured out into the streets to demonstrate and vent their frustrations at the outgone government, right? And later on, it turned out that they were pawns being used by politicians, to push some sort of agenda. Is this what it is? Okay. Because you have good ground, you've got wild following, you're a social media influencer.
2016 was an election year, right?
It was.
Yeah. And 2020 was an election year too. So why didn't the government, let's say, set political parties start such a movement in an election year, but they are doing it right after an election year, 6 months into the tenure of a new government? If I am a businessman and if I'm a politician and I would like to start something like this, I can start it 6 months to the general elections. So it affects the results of the elections, but I'm starting it 6 months after the elections, 6 months after the government is in power. Okay. What am I hoping to achieve? And if a political party is sponsoring this hashtag and a lot of people are jumping on it, both people from your party and neutral people, then you should look into it. Get it? Because people that follow me on Twitter, they know I don't talk about politics. I'm always about football. I'm always making jokes on the time. I'm posting funny videos and I go my way. So if I just get up one day and I say that I want to start a hashtag to change the course of the country, to make things work for us, then I'm doing my national service at the moment, and I'm trying to tell the government to work. Then there's a problem somewhere because I'm not the one supposed to tell the government to work. The government knows they are supposed to work because they are being paid with whose money? Taxpayers' money. So
how do you assure the people that you're pushing a national agenda and not some parochial interest?
That's what I'm saying. I said I posted on Twitter that earlier today that post your roads, post the bar schools, post the hospitals, and tag the MPs and people responsible, name and shame them. So if it's a political thing, then whoever is starting it will also get his fire. It's a national problem, and this is if we are all jumping on the hashtag to reduce rent and to stop the 2 years advance, 3 years advance rent thing. And finally, the government implement it right, it's going to, who is it going to benefit? The whole country.
Okay.
And then all the problems I'm mentioning here are not, let's say, political. They are something that is bothering us. That's why I asked on Twitter, what is bothering you? What is bothering you? And the people spoke. It's unemployment. It's unemployment.
Sorry to cut you. Yeah. But in your position as a social media influencer, have you ever worked with politicians before?
No.
So none of them have contacted you?
No. If I would work with politicians, then I think if I started a campaign, it would have been all over that you work with this party, so why are you campaign? It would have been there for all to see. Prior to elections, I didn't post any political party's flyer. I had some favorites. Like there was this female MPP personality. I think her constituency is around Circle.
Okay.
I liked her very much, and then John Dumelo too. I liked him because he was more into agriculture. Those are like my two favorite people. So I was just retweeting their stuff, and but I don't think I use my platform to push in the political party. Maybe an individual, John Dumelo and that MPP woman, I was retweeting her stuff because I liked them. I've not met them personally. Too, because from afar I just like them. So and if you could see, it's both the MPP and NDC. So I'm not someone who is more into politics. I'm more into video games and football and just trying to live my life. So if finally I'm feeling the heat, because I just completed school last year and I'm feeling the heat and I'm complaining about the country, then I feel there's something somewhere.
What was or is your dream once you were getting out of school? What did you have in mind that you wanted to do before you were hit with what would like to say the reality, and it forced you to come with this hashtag?
I've not yet started living my dream yet. I'm more into entrepreneurship. I plan on starting businesses on my own in the near future, probably, if God permits. Yeah. So that's all I want.
What businesses?
I'm someone who dreams a lot, so it's more of the film industry, agriculture, a lot, tourism. Those are where my interests lie. I believe in doing what makes you happy. That's what I believe in. So I believe if maybe I start a business and the business is going well and I feel that I have enough capital and I'm like, okay, today I want to talk about flowers because I'm starting to grow the interest for flowers. I want to do business about flowers. I'll just do it. I just go where the wind takes me, as long as my capital is enough.
And you felt that once you came out of school, even before the national service began, things weren't looking so good. Is that how you felt?
Yeah, things were not looking good because if I'm taking 599 cedis every month, I have to pay for light bill, water bill, transport, food, airtime, and other stuff. How much am I going to save to start my business? At the end of the day, if you do calculations, if I'm supposed to go strictly by my budget, I can say maybe I'll be saving like 30 cedis a month from national service.
But yours is a special case because you're an influencer. I'm sure
yes, so that's the privilege I have. But if someone in my shoes, someone who is not an influencer, let's say that would be like 30 cedis a month. And then if you're saving 30 cedis a month for 12 months, how much are you going to get at the end of the day to start your business? And all the expenses I mentioned, I never added the 2 years rent and 3 years rent.
Okay. As a student of communication, right, and from where you sit, what would you say the influence of social media is compared to the mainstream?
Okay, so I believe social media is getting powerful, and our leaders know that. Let me say that. I won't say they don't know that. They know that, but maybe they're not paying attention to it. Because recently I noticed that most of our leaders, our politicians were being verified on Twitter, so they know that they know something about verification, they know something about Twitter. And when Jack said that he was going to build his headquarters in Ghana, all our politicians were, so they know the importance of social media. So I believe social media is very powerful. Social media, I've raised funds for sick people on social media so many times before. And we started hashtags on social media, like the fix our traffic lights. That one, if people were demonstrating on the streets, and then social media had to bring the issue to light. And it's because of social media that this whole fix the country thing is going far. So I believe social media is very powerful. If you have the voice, you should just use it.
Okay. Now that you mentioned it, has any politician reached out to you since the hashtag began?
No.
No one has said anything to you? I see. So what's the bigger picture here? How long do you intend to embark on this?
Okay, so this question, I feel maybe at the end of the time, at the end of the day, most of the people using the hashtag will just give up.
Why do you say that?
Because this is Ghana. Once you push and you push and you push and you don't get results, then we're like, that's the way it is. Let's just leave it.
Is that why you brought another hashtag? Because it was first Fix the Country.
First, yeah, it was Fix the Country, and I think some people, I don't know if they reported it or something, it left the hash trains. So it was Fix the Country, and then it left the trains. It had over 450,000 tweets, left the trains. And I started Fix the Country now, and it had over 150,000 tweets again. And then this after I went online, and has left the trains, and I started another one, Let's Fix the Country Ghana. So currently that's what's going. So if I just have to keep voicing out, if I'll keep on voicing out till I can take it no more. So maybe the people are tired of hearing me, then they'll have to block me or mute me. Then
when you say that the hashtags, the initial ones that you did, they somehow got phased out, for want of a better word, from the trends. This happened to you 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
Does that make you feel like you are facing some form of, restriction or clash somewhat?
Yeah, I saw the clash coming because, as I said, this trend or hashtag is not aimed at the current government or in support of the opposition, but the current government, whatever I do, they are the ones there. So definitely they are the ones supposed to work, right? So maybe they'll feel that maybe it's towards them. But I feel the people who oppose it, there will be people that will be like, the country's working, just relax. I don't see 100% of Ghanaians agreeing that fix the country, because maybe someone is like is good for someone, but it's not good for someone. But maybe the majority of the people are complaining. Maybe the people opposing are the people comfortable in the country, right? So
how did you even feel when you saw some of those tweets? I saw a hashtag, something being fixed.
Fix yourself.
Fix yourself.
Fix attitude. Yeah. I wasn't surprised because.
What was your initial reaction when you saw it? Your first reaction?
I was like, okay, bring it on, bring it on.
Okay.
Because we can do this all day. We can do this all day. If you bring a hashtag, I also bring another one. And if it's going to, as long as the majority wins and the majority are speaking, I'm not the only one speaking. I'm not the only one trending the hashtag. I'm not. This Fix the Country movement. It has no leader. There is no leader. I just started the hashtag.
Oh, it has no leader?
We have no leader. I just started the hashtag, and then they took over. The country, the youth took over. So it's like you're fighting Ghanaian youth, then you have a long way to go. Because all I just have to do is just say, if I see there is no hashtag, maybe they'll be looking up to me to give a new hashtag. I'll just give the hashtag. If I go and sleep right now and I come back online, the hashtag will trend, because a lot of the majority is agreeing with me. They agree that something has to change. So it's like you're fighting the youth of the country. Meanwhile, you're the youth, and you're also going to benefit when everything is set in place.
Okay. Now, what next after the social media campaign? I know there's the demo and
I've seen
in the channel, but apart from that, what's next?
My problem is if we are posting on social media, and then eventually we see people, the government taking responsibility. We see roads being faced. We see abandoned government projects being taking place. We see the minimum wage. If maybe you tell all companies or organizations in Ghana that the minimum wage for every worker should be 800 cedis or something, we see these things being implemented. I'll be like, we are getting results. Why the need for the hashtag? I can just go back to tweeting about my regular football. I love Chelsea so much.
What's the updates with the demonstration though? I know the police released a statement that you are not allowed to do that. Does that halt it for you? What's happening?
The police were like, we can't demonstrate. But people are also saying that it's usually writing letters to the police for demonstration. It's not like asking permission. It's just to notify them. That was what I was told. You are just notifying the police that this is all happening. But if the police want to stop the demonstration, then they have to take the matter to court or something. That's what I've been told.
You are not part of those leading the demonstration.
As I said, I'm just a social media guy. I'm just pushing my hashtag out there. I'm just doing my social media thing. I'm just asking people, if you have bad roads, take a picture of the road, come and put it on social media, use the hashtag, and mention the name of the MP or the district assembly that DC that is supposed to do that. That's what I'm doing. So I'm not leading the demonstration. I don't have the capa. I don't even have the knowledge to write that legal words and stuff like that to start a demonstration. I'm just doing my thing on social media and trying to see how far it will go. And they've seen it. I've seen Mr. Gabi Ochridako replying. I've seen Honorable Opon Kuma replying. So I think we are getting somewhere. I've seen the replies. Well, we have to see the action. That's what we are lacking now, the action. Because the replies have been coming in since time immemorial, since I was a kid. Now it's time for action.
So, Kaleji, tell me your final words.
I'll say the Fix the Country movement is not just for today. It's something that we will look back in 10, 20 years and be like, I joined this hashtag and then this road was fixed in my community. I joined this hashtag and they built a school and now students are going to school because I joined the hashtag on Twitter. I feel maybe at the end of the day, if we keep going and we are not getting responses, and then we even get tired of using the hashtags and then we finally give up. Once in a while, just tweet something about social issues. Try to tell the people that, there are still problems that need to be solved. This fight is a fight for our future.
What happens if you lose, if it doesn't bring in any results, of the results that you have outlined? If you don't get them, what happens?
First of all, I'll be disappointed because I'll be like, it will feel like it was just part of the numerous protests and stuff that have happened. I usually want to stand out. If I want to do something, I want to stand out and do it and know that I've accomplished something, right? So if I do the hashtag and I don't join it, to be like, you guys started the hashtag and it didn't source, I'll feel like a disappointment. I don't want to. I hate to lose. So I just want to see results. And this like a 24-year-old challenging the system, challenging the government. And I believe they should just listen to us. We are not asking for money. We are not asking you for food. We are asking for employment. We are asking you to do your job. We are asking you to just do your job. There is no violence anywhere. There is no violence anywhere. It's just hashtags telling the government to be on their toes. We are in a digital era. Government believes in ICT. So right now we are telling them, we are voicing out to the government, please do something for us. We are tired. I want to wake up one day and then go on social media and I'll see students in classrooms, students being moved from trees to classrooms. I want to see hospitals and then I'll see newborn babies on beds. I want to see the system working, the roads that cause accidents. Funny thing is, every year there are fire outbreaks in the markets, and government will do provisions for NADMO to go and solve that. They will do budgets for NADMO to go and solve that. But why won't they do budgets to provide more fire trucks that will be at the market 24/7? So when the fire starts, they'll be able to sort the fire out, like quench the fire. No, but they are always doing budgets for relief products for fire victims and all. But let's get to the root of the problem. If the country can, if the government can put a whole country on lockdown, then why can't we take issues one by one and put in all the energy and fix them once and for all?
All right. Thank you so much for your time here, Kali J.
Thank you very much.
So that was Joshua Boydo, known to many as Kali J, 24-year-old social media influencer who has chosen to use his voice to bring change and speak truth to power and force the government to fix the system, fix the country. This has been another interesting edition of Say It Loud with me, Lord Harris Udasare. Do join us for our subsequent editions. Thank you for staying.
On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Marketing in Ghana, I would want to congratulate Ghana Web on your 22 solid years of existence. I know it's not easy for any organization to be 22 years and still counting with the kind of reputation that you've enjoyed, even though there have been some flaws. I guess you've done very well. You've added value to advertisers, especially Chartered Institute of Marketing in Ghana, in terms of visibility, whether eyes or ears. I would want to congratulate you. We would want to see more enhanced, what they call it, benefits and products that you could churn out for your clients going forward in the next 22 years.
It's been a while and I'm super happy to have you back for another edition of the People and Places show here on Ghana Web TV. Today we are exploring Fadama. Now you do remember our tour in Nima, right? Where we went through some corners and explored some ghettos, you know, to learn all about their story. Today we are doing the same in Fadama. And to help me do this, I have two lovely guests, the first whom we'll meet right after this break. My name is Wanda Amihagan. Come along. Welcome back. Thank you once again for joining us. This is still People and Places, and we are at the Fadama Central Mosque in the heart of Accra. This mosque is also known as the Chief Imam Abbas Mosque. He is the first Chief Imam and the spiritual leader of all Muslims across Ghana. We are starting the conversation with the chief in charge of this mosque, and he's also the chief of Fadama. He is Sarki Redwan Mukhtar Abbas. And later on, we'll speak to another Abbas. He is a herbalist, and he will be taking us around the community. Sarki, Salaam alaikum.
Alayki salam.
Thank you once again for having us in your grand mosque.
You're welcome.
Okay. So, Fadama, I just want to start with how Fadama came about. How did it come about?
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Meaning we seek refuge from the evil of Shaitan. We pray that as we've started on a good note, we end it up the same way. Talking about Fadama. Fadama is one of the old Zongos in Accra. You know the place called Konkomba Market? That is where Fadama started.
Okay.
I was born at Old Fadama. And we left Old Fadama in 1963.
Okay.
This place. The first president of this country, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who is a visionary leader, realized that place will not be conducive for human living at that time.
Why?
And because of the way the place is developing, surrounded by Odo River, and you can justify that by seeing how the place is now. So he suggested and when it rains, they have to evacuate the younger people, the children out of Fadama, because the whole entire area get flooded. So Nkrumah suggested to the then chief imam, Imam Muhammad Abbas, that he would find another place for him, where the area he think would be better for human living.
Okay.
So he sent him to various places, but when they came down here, the old man was satisfied with this area.
Okay.
This is how come Fadama that we are living now. We came here in 1963. I was then a very little boy.
I can imagine. Okay, so it means that Fadama started from the old site, which is Old Fadama today, and now you are here.
Yeah.
So the name Fadama, what does it mean?
Fadama means a waterlogged area.
Okay.
A place where you always find water, a flooded area. When the old man wanted to buy that area, he was advised that he knows why he wanted to stay there then. Stay there for a long time, because from what I have seen, from the indenture I have seen concerning Old Fadama, the indenture was made in 1935.
Okay.
So I can't tell when Fadama started, but I know from the indenture was in 1935.
Okay. And you mentioned that he bought the land. Where did he come from? Where did Chief Imam Abbas come from?
Chief Imam Abbas, yes. You know, we are typical houses. Where you know how houses trade in Ghana here. He came from the north.
Okay.
Came from Nigeria, came to the north as a trader and spreading Islamic. That is his father. I'm talking about Imam Muhammad Abbas' father. He is Abbas. So the father was going back when he visited a relative here. That is how he came to also stay. At a point in time, the son, who is Muhammad Abbas, who is now grown, had become the breadwinner, the one who feeds the entire family. He feel, now that we are here, we have settled, I have to get a place for myself.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes. And the name Fadama, which language is it in?
It's Hausa, pure Hausa, and that's the meaning I've shown. A flooded place, waterlogged area means Fadama.
Okay.
Most of the Zongos here
so aside
Hausa names.
Okay.
You go to Adabraka, it's Albaraka. But they've changed it to Adabraka. You go to Shukura, you said Sukula, but it's Shukura. You go to Nima, they are all Hausa languages.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And aside the central mosque being named after Chief Imam Abbas, what else have you done in his memory so far?
In his memory, every year, on the 16th of October, that was the day he passed on.
Okay.
We remember him. We celebrate him. We invite Islamic leaders to remember what he has done for Islamic community.
Okay. Which kind of people live in Fadama?
In Fadama. In actual fact, when the people of Fadama are moving, because he bought the land, he asked the then government to pay all residents of Fadama their structures that were to be demolished. So the government paid. The government wanted to pay him his land. They said, no, you better replace the land with another land. Because all these people that are with me, if I took my money, where are they going to? I will resettle them at the new place give to me. So most of the people living in Fadama are those people who were already staying in Fadama before we were moved to this place. Some of them indeed stayed back at Dakuma because then Dakuma was there. Some of them stayed there because Dakuma was then developing. But here was almost a forest. We were then coming to develop it.
Old Fadama. I know there are a lot of slums over there, but what is the general structure of the new Fadama?
New Fadama is structured, the government demarcates it. It's well structured. You can see for yourself. Some people even sometimes say, no, Fadama is not a Zongo. Considering the way it's well structured. All social amenities that we may need is provided.
Okay.
We have about 5 places of convenience provided, the places that were, yes, about 5. We have one down here, though they have, human being. That place had been given out to somebody to put up a building. There's one down here, another here, then down at Musuli, there's another place.
So,
we have a big marketplace. We're supposed to be a metropolitan market, but I don't know why, the reason why previous government and current government are not developing the market. The market is still there. He will go and show it to you.
Okay.
And at that time that we were brought here, the government came and put up a school, 3 classes for us. Because when we first came, we used to walk from this place to Accra Central to go to school. So the government, in his wisdom, put up 3 classes for us. Later on, some classes were added. Now we have a cluster of schools here.
Okay. Okay.
This is one of the structure of Fadama. This school land you see is purposely because of Fadama. It's on Fadama land. It's a very big, vast land. But now, encroachers, people have encroached on the land. We've called to government because of politics. They are not doing anything about it. And we are thinking of future. The community and the surrounding areas is developing. Our children and future grandchildren may not get a place to go to school. People have encroached the land, and still I will still call on the government to do something about the school land.
Okay. And when you talk about demarcation and well-structured structures, are you saying that the structures here are not slums as they are in Old Fadama?
Not at all. The structures in Old Fadama are mostly iron sheet. 99% iron sheet building. Yes, almost 100% iron sheet building. It's here that we came to meet cement block building.
Chief Abbas, can you tell us the number of people, an estimated number of people who live in Fadama?
Approximately around 3,000, thereabout.
Okay.
Yes.
But would you say Fadama is overpopulated?
It's overpopulation. I don't think so. Fadama, you can see when you come to Fadama, is a very conducive area, good for living. Why did I say good for living? The place is not congested. Places that are congested, the moment you come to the area, you hear the noise. The noise in the area will be different. Noise of cars, noise of drinking bars, restaurants, and whatnot. This area, when you come in the evening, you say, wow, this place will be good for children to learn. There will be no disturbances. By 9:30, 10, the place is quiet, as if there are no human beings around. So I don't think Fadama is congested. And you can see open areas where we say an area is congested. You can see an open area. If you want to do a big occasion, we can provide you a big open area for you to do your occasion.
Okay.
So people used to bring their dead bodies here to come and do funerals. We provide them with space on the school land.
Okay.
So Fadama is not congested at all.
Right. Chief, you're the leader of Fadama.
Yes.
When we talk about leadership, how is the system like here in Fadama?
System of leadership. You know, the system is such that the chief imam, the national chief imam, resides here in Fadama.
Yeah, I was going to come to that.
Resides here in Fadama. He is my uncle.
Okay.
So everything, anything is channeled through the chief imam.
Everything that goes on in Fadama,
goes through the chief imam. He may call me, there is something I want you to, they have brought something about you. Though he's supposed to have come through me, being the chief. He is a spiritual leader. But I thank God for his living, for his personality, in the way the government regards him. I am happy that is even helping. So everything goes through him. Sometimes he just assigns me, there's something you have to go into.
Fadama, or the people of Fadama, moved from Old Fadama to this current place. So at what point did the chief imam come here?
The chief imam, you know, as I told you, I mentioned that Muhammad Chief Imam, Muhammad Abbas was the first chief imam.
Yeah.
He was a chief imam from 1929 to 59. For reasons known to him, because there were some qualms, there were some agreement started to come up. So he decided to drop up. As the chief imam was telling us, because we were then not born.
Okay.
So he feels if he is to cause mayhem within his stay as the chief imam may cause mayhem amongst the Muslims, he decides to drop up for somebody who will be accepted to go ahead with.
Does that mean he wasn't accepted by the people?
No, the problems were he had a lot of gossip going about.
About his presence?
About people were saying because of him, they are not, some people were not supporting him.
Okay.
So he felt if that will cause mayhem, he better drop up.
Okay.
So in 1959, he dropped up. And they found another person to go continue.
Okay.
But in 1969, thereabouts, that of 66, after the overthrow of
Okay, let's answer these three questions. On the increment, I just provided the information that in 1 year we are seeing a 43% increment. In 2016, we never witnessed that. That's a fact. And the records are there for you to verify. The other issue has to do with the issue of new taxes. Or rather, this should not even be a fight for only the minority. It should be a national call. The people of Ghana must send a signal to the managers of the economy that enough of the taxation, enough of the suffering. Especially when you are increasing public sector wages by 4% against an inflation rate of 10%. What it means is that your purchasing power is down. So when we say we'll use every legitimate means, we have so many tools on the floor of Parliament, including mass action that we expect you, the ordinary Ghanaian, to be part of. We expect the media to be part of this. I'm sure when the price of fuel go up, it affects everybody. Because MPs, we buy our fuel. We buy our own fuel. So we feel it, and we know what it takes to buy fuel. The other one is whether we'll reduce fuel prices or not. The cardinal word is honesty. We would not
Sajifo Dr. Kwame, the Muslims.
More revenue. If we make more revenue, then it only makes sense that we apply those revenues to the projects and programs that the special petroleum tax would have done, so that you cushion their needs. But finally, I'm not the one who promised you in opposition that when I assume power, I'll lower fuel prices. They promised us. So at least let's hold them to their own word. Thank you very much.
I think you said you were UTV.
Yeah.
UTV.
Yes.
Some country. Explaining this how people translate it.
So we go farm ewo amanane and our market price. Now the boss margin to so. All the energy that recovery levy to so. We increase the price stabilization levy. We increase the boss margin, fuel margin, and all taxes are the to so now. Including tax also what the cost is about. Abra wenya. If I'm sure we bring anywhere market prices. Any track can be it won't to me and can't say where market prices, you know, auto taxes. Obia and yes, sir. Anything yes, sir, taxes no. A tour be brave, any levies are yet, you know. Yen shred the yen come, yen you be. Not Ghana for more Yamaka, more bread. Ghana for air bread. What's your woman? Medicine bread.
Brethren, I think it has been very good. And agriculture, if I have my own way, I think the ranking has spoken a lot, supported by the former Minister for Energy and the former Deputy Minister for Finance. With these explanations and the test itself, I think it is an appropriate time for us to adjourn the press conference, because the government will not stop his news and will not stop our press conferences. So we call it a day and we meet again.
esteemed platforms. As always, we are live on GH1 television. We are live on United Television. We are live on Pan-African TV, Power 97.9 FM, Class 92.3 FM, Class FM, Ahoto 92.3 FM, and I believe we'll be live on Asempa FM in the GV as well. But on social media, you can watch this press conference live on Wazo TV, which is also streaming live on our NDC Communication Bureau pages on Twitter and Facebook, and also live on Loud Silence Television. We are most grateful to all these media platforms for working with us to bring our message to the doorsteps of every Ghanaian. It is my singular honor to welcome you on behalf of the National Democratic Congress to this press conference, which is intended to address the high and unbearable cost of living that Ghanaians are experiencing under the watch of President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, which has largely been occasioned by steep increases in the prices of petroleum products over the last 4.5 years. Sorry about that. Also permits me to state from the word go that the Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government has shown itself to be callous and does not appear to give a hoot about the plight of Ghanaians. Otherwise, what can be the justification for the rampant and persistent increases in fuel prices we are witnessing in Ghana today? As you may be aware, Ghanaians have once again been slapped with another increase in the pump prices of fuel. Only yesterday, the prices of diesel and petrol was increased by 7% by the insensitive and clueless Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government. This is the 9th consecutive time in a row in this year 2021 that 122 Ghana cedis as of January 2021 to about 31 Ghana witnessed under the watch of President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia are a direct product of their insensitive and bad leadership and nothing more. The introduction of a raft of draconian tax measures on petroleum products, such as the introduction of 20 pesos energy sector levy on every liter of diesel and petrol, the increase of 18 pesos in ESLA per kilogram of LPG, the introduction of 10 pesos sanitation tax, also known as Bola tax, on every liter of diesel and petrol, the introduction of a 1% COVID levy on the National Health Insurance levy, and the VAT flat rate by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government, coupled with the free fall consistent and steep increase in the prices of fuel products. The introduction of these regressive and draconian taxes by a group of people who berated the actual NDC Mahama administration for overtaxing Ghanaians, and a group who promised to move Ghana from taxation to production when elected, smacks of deception and insensitivity of monumental proportions. The cascading effect of these draconian taxes have, among other things, led to an escalation in the prices of fuel products, transport fares, building materials, food products, and other commodities on the market, without a commensurate increase in incomes, thereby making cost of living unbearable for the vast majority of Ghanaians. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the cause of the excruciating economic hardships Ghanaians are currently experiencing. Like I explained to you, in this year alone, 2021, the price per gallon of petrol and diesel has moved from about 22 Ghana cedis to 31 Ghana cedis. So roughly we are looking at an increase of 10 Ghana cedis, which translates into an increase of about 45%. Yet in this year, 2021, the only increase in the wages and salaries of public sector workers that government has, implemented is a paltry 4%. So how can you be increasing the wages and salaries of public sector workers by 4%? That we are here to discuss today. It will be recalled that a gallon of petrol and diesel was sold at about 16 Ghana cedis. December 2016, the administration was leaving office. The MPP, led by their then presidential candidate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and vice presidential candidate products, particularly the energy sector, the special petroleum tax, so as to significantly reduce the price of petrol. So they promised to reduce the price of petrol. And when we talk about these things, we are not doing it for the fun of it. We are not engaging in petty politics. What we are doing is that we are holding a government accountable to the standard they held the actual NDC Mahama administration to, and accountable for their promises. And lest we forget, I would like at this stage to refresh our memory and show you some of the things then candidates Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia said about President Mahama relative to fuel prices when they were in opposition. And so, Mr. Screenman, can we see? Okay, so as you can see on the screen, this is a graphic online publication dated 18th May 2015. And if you can scroll up for me to, no, scroll up. Scroll up. Mahama has no sympathy for Ghanaians. This is Dr. Bawumia. So let nobody accuse Sami Jenfi and the NDC for doing politics with fuel prices. This is the standard they subjected President Mahama to. Now, can we go to the next slide? Quickly. This was, I believe, a tweet he made sometime in May 2015. And this is what the economic whiskey of the MPP said about fuel prices. I feel really sad this morning for the ordinary Ghanaian, the hard-working people who have to endure the insensitive decision to increase fuel prices at this time. Now, this was also a tweet by candidate Akufo-Addo, then in opposition, on the 6th of December 2016, a day to the December 7, 2016 elections. And this is what he had to say. I have seen how drivers, both private and commercial, struggle to pay for the high prices of fuel and insurance premiums. Hashtag vote Akufo-Addo. Next. This was candidate Akufo-Addo again on the 18th of February 2012 on his Twitter handle, saying that the cost of living and the cost of fuel is the highest in Ghana today. Next. Dr. Bawumia again on the 3rd of May 2012 said the prices of basic commodities such as gari, pure water, cement, and prices of fuel products had all seen triple-digit increases. Next. Then on the 3rd of December 2016, 4 days before the December 7, 2016 polls, Dr. Bawumia said to the taxi and trotro driver who has been hit by high cost of fuel and insurance, you have a chance to vote, to hashtag vote for change. Next. I mean, decision to increase price of fuel insensitive. We can go on and on and on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to just remind you of some of the things the MPP said in opposition about fuel prices, so that we can situate this conversation in the right context. So like I said, the MPP, led by their then presidential candidate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and vice presidential candidate Dr. Bawumia, lambasted and berated President Mahama for the price of fuel at the price of food. I am sure you would recall how the MPP in their 2016 manifesto described for the MPP. But little did they know that this and other similar sugar-coated promises of the MPP were pure sophistry. Instead of scrapping ESLA, as promised, the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government has collateralized a loan which extended its intended duration from 5 years to 15 years and increased it by over 20%. As if that was not enough, this government introduced a new energy sector levy of 20 pesos on every litre of diesel and petrol just this year, 2021. Additionally, they have introduced a baller tax on petrol and diesel, 10 pesos per litre. As a result of these new tax measures, another increases in existing taxes. So not only have they introduced new taxes, they have increased include the increase of the bust margin from 3 pesos to 9 pesos per litre, representing an increase of 200%. The increase in the fuel market margin from 3 pesos to 5 pesos, representing an increase of 67%. And the increase in the road fund levy from 41 pesos to 46 pesos. And as a result of these increases in existing taxes, introduction of new, unnecessary and nuisance taxes, a gallon of petrol and diesel which was sold at 16 Ghana cedis per gallon in December 2016 is today selling at 31 Ghana cedis, almost double the price they berated the NDC Mahama administration for. It is therefore clear from the foregoing facts that introduced on fuel is the major contributing factor. And so when I hear people saying that, oh, NDC people, what would you have done differently? Even if Mahama was in office, the price of fuel would have still gone up. Please, if Mahama was in office, there wouldn't have been any baller tax on the price of fuel. There wouldn't have been any 20 pesos new ESLA, or even like energy sector levy on the price of fuel. Elections, they say, have consequences. So let's not create the impression that all leaders or all political parties are the same. I am telling you on authority that if President Mahama was in office, we wouldn't have introduced these draconian tax measures at a go on the prices of fuel in this year when many businesses are still battling the negative impact of COVID-19. And so the price of fuel would have been far cheaper if the NDC and President Mahama were in office today. Friends from the media, this astronomical increment in the prices of fuel commodities by the Akufo-Addo government and its concomitant effect on transport fares have led to steep increases in general prices of goods and services, thereby making life unbearable for the vast majority of Ghanaians. And when we talk about prices going up, we are not just talking like Bawumi used to do when he used to visit the Malata market before his economic lectures. He also went to Malata and Makola markets few days ago. This, bear in mind, was before the latest increment in the prices of fuel. And if you take a cursory look at the construction industry with focus on the prices of building materials, you will see that it reveals a very worrying trend, which is a major concern for many Ghanaians today. A 50 kg bag of cement that was sold at 27 Ghana cedis in the year 2016 is being sold at 52 Ghana cedis today, and even in some cases above that price. A ton of iron rods, 16 mm iron rods, that was sold at about 2,800 Ghana cedis in 2016 is today selling at 5,300 Ghana cedis. While a packet of aluminium roofing sheets that was sold at about 520 Ghana cedis in 2016 is being sold at about 1,200 cedis today. Similarly, PVC pipes, the 20 mm PVC pipes that used to sell at about 3 Ghana cedis in 2016 is today being sold at 8 Ghana cedis. Electrical cables, that is the 16 mm cable metal, that used to sell at 700 Ghana cedis in 2016 is today selling at 1,553 Ghana cedis. While the 1.5 millimeter cable metal, which used to sell at 78 Ghana cedis, is today selling at 167 Ghana cedis. See most of you doing but I mean, we are just scratching the surface of the problem. So relax. Distinguished friends, the situation is even more dire in the case of food products, where a bag of maize that used to sell at 170 Ghana cedis in 2016 is today being sold at 450 Ghana cedis. While a cup of beans, the margarine cup of beans, that used to sell at 1 cedi 50 pesos in 2016 is today being sold at 5 Ghana cedis. Also, an unlocker of Gary that used to sell at 5 Ghana cedis in 2016 is today selling at 12 Ghana cedis. While a bucket of onions that used to sell at 15 Ghana cedis in 2016 is selling at 40 Ghana cedis currently. Also, a bag of sachet water that used to sell at 1 cedi 50 pesos in 2016 is today selling at 4 Ghana cedis. While a sack of kukunte that was sold at 200 Ghana cedis in 2016, while a sack of kukunte that was sold at 200 Ghana cedis in 2016 is being sold at a whopping 600 Ghana cedis today. Again, a pound of cow meat that was sold at 9 Ghana cedis in 2016 is today being sold at 17 Ghana cedis. While one chicken broiler that used to sell at 35 Ghana cedis is today being sold at 70 Ghana cedis. Our projections are that from Monday going, next week going, the prices will go up again. This picture looks scary for many Ghanaian families and households, as it has become a constant struggle for many Ghanaians to afford 3 square meals a day. The reality is that times are tough, the system is hard, and pockets are dry. Car owners are suffering, taxi drivers are suffering, trotro drivers are suffering, trotro mates are suffering, Uber drivers are suffering, bus drivers are suffering, passengers are suffering, journalists are suffering, and Ghanaians in general.
Insisted that he get back and continue. Then we were already here.
Okay.
He continued with the imamship. Then he had already grown.
Okay.
So he started until he led the Muslims till 73 when he told them he's okay. At this age, you find a younger person to continue. So they insist on his son, who is Imam Mukhtar Abbas.
Okay.
So he continued with the imamship. He was even the first designated national chief imam.
Okay.
So it was after he fell sick. He fell sick, and the current chief imam, who was then his deputy,
took over from him.
took over.
Okay. So the current
Till 1993, when he was installed as the national chief imam. This is how come the chief imam is in Fadama.
Okay. So Chief, you would say roughly for 28 years now, the current chief imam has been in Fadama.
Yes.
Okay.
The imamship since 1966, when the former chief imam was called back, the chief imam was in Fadama. My father, Imam Mukhtar Abbas, continued from his father. He left it to the current chief imam, who continued to today.
Okay, so that's for the chief imam. Now you are the chief.
I am the chief of the community.
Okay, so aside you, do we have sub-chiefs, and how are they selected?
The sub-chiefs are tribal chiefs.
Okay.
You understand? I am a Zongo chief. The tribal chief is the tribes in the community. If they go to a certain number, let's say about 30 of them or more, and they decide to elect one of them to be their chief. So they will sit down, discuss about picking a chief for themselves. After they have done that, they will come and inform me.
Okay.
I will lead them to the land laws, the Gan traditional leaders who will bless the one we wanted to pick as a chief. Then we arrange a day and then install him as a tribal chief.
Okay. So Chief Abbas, I would want us to talk about the religion of the people of Fadama. But before that, we quickly want to take a break, and then after that, we'll come back and continue the conversation. This is Still People and Places. Don't go away.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us. The conversation continues and we are speaking to Chief Abbas. He is the chief of Fadama. We are getting right into religion. So before the break, I mentioned that we'll go into religion. And I want to know what the predominant religion of the people of Fadama is.
Okay. Most people in Fadama are Muslims.
Okay, but do we have other religions?
Yeah, we have other religions. And I will stay with different religions. I think I will stay with them. A kind of
you coexist?
Yes, the kind of understanding that exists between us is fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we roam around, we see one or two churches,
you
maybe
can
traditional
see
shrines.
churches, one on the school land. You go down there, there's another down. So we have Christians, and you yourself can testify from the way our leader, the spiritual national chief imam,
his relation with other Christians,
other religion.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
That's
so
fantastic.
Fadama, I think, and whenever there is our festivals like Salah, we used to distribute whatever we enjoy to our friends, those we know. When it's time for the slaughtering of animals, the big Salah, we share meat to our friends who are Christians.
Okay.
Yes. And they do same to us too when it's Christmas time. Though some of them, say, oh, you Alaji, won't you give me Christmas? Oh.
Okay.
But I will stay with them. It's in a very good
standing. Okay, right. This is just by the way. I see a lot of jalabia around. That's how it's pronounced, right?
Jalabia.
Jalabia.
The long stress, yes.
Okay. Does it have a particular significance?
No, it's an Islamic dress.
Okay.
You see, when you're going to worship, depending on the dress you wear, you feel coming closer to the Creator, even depending on the way you dress. Okay. You can't just dress haphazardly. You understand what I'm saying? So the dress also counts. You put on your white jalabia, and even the Holy Prophet recommends putting on white dress, especially on Fridays. When we are going for Friday prayers, it's preferable that you use white, not jalabia, but a white dress. It can be a big one like this. So it's just an Islamic dress, and it's an Arab dress. The Arabs, they used to wear jalabia, and since we are Muslims, some of that's where the source of our knowledge, Islamic knowledge, from the Arabs.
The people of Fadama, what do they do? What trade are they specified in?
There's no particular specific. We have some who trade. Most of our people move from Fadama to the Accra Center to work.
Okay.
Some are traders, and we have those who are office workers, like myself. I used to work at GBC as a translator.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. There are lawyers developing, and the community should look neat.
Okay.
Rearing animals, that's what contaminates. Though we have small like goats, chickens, sheep, but they are in a small number.
And food. What popular foods are usually found here in Fadama?
Our main food is
Tuozafi. Okay.
That's our main food. Okay. But now, you know, I don't know whether it's development. Our children are diverting. When they prepare to see them squeezing their face.
You don't like it?
They prefer rice and stew.
Okay.
They prefer rice and stew, but they don't know what they gain in Tuozafi.
What do they gain in Tuozafi?
A lot of energy.
I see.
A lot of energy. Tuo and kuka, you know kuka?
You know?
Yeah, the kuka stew, the kuka soup. Yeah. It's a dried leaf that had been pounded to become powderish.
So it's different from ayoyo?
No, different from ayoyo.
Okay.
Ayoyo is fresh leaf, but kuka, you see the face of this soup, you will not like it. But it's an expensive soup because you have to provide enough ingredient for it to
taste very nice.
Yes, and when you take it with tuwo shinkafa, omoto, you will like it.
I see. Okay, so aside Tuozafi, what else?
And then we have Tuozafi, we have omoto, tuwo shinkafa. Yes.
How about wache?
Wache, yes. You know, it's a house of food. Wache.
Yes, but do the people...
My wife is a very good
cook.
Wache, somebody who can prepare.
Wache.
So when there's occasion here, they beg her to prepare wache.
I see.
When you taste it, you say, wow. Yes, she's very good at that.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you talk about Tuozafi and wache and all of those things, are the children trained with that? How to prepare it so they get used to it?
Oh yes, our community, you don't allow, especially the girls, to go there because she will be married to the different family, and she shouldn't go and disgrace your family. So she should definitely know how to prepare all our foods.
Okay.
Yes.
So Chief Abbas, I've heard a few suggestions that the people of Fadama, especially the youth, can be really rowdy, you know, and some of them engage in different vices. How true is that?
This is what we hear. Sometimes when communities surround Fadama, we have various communities. When there is a route even at night market, said Fadama. When there is a route at a community here near La Paz, all those areas have now become Fadama. So people who are not Muslims who are staying in Fadama, you ask them why they are always surprised. They are always surprised that the Fadama we are living. They say we stay in Fadama, we don't see these things. I don't say there are some people, there are no people who are rowdy. There are. Every community you find some people who are bad nuts. Those who don't have nothing doing. Every community you find them. These are the people who sometimes go into rowdies. Yes. We have some of them in Fadama too, but they are not many.
Okay, you mentioned that most of the time when things happen in other areas,
yes,
close to Fadama,
surroundings.
So I would like you to tell me where Fadama starts and ends.
Yes, Fadama, you see the main Osun Road, the main road over there. Then Fadama, from that edge, after the school, there's another rough road. Of the school, 1-2 houses, there's a rough, that's the edge of Fadama.
Okay.
When you go up here, when you get to a point where you are climbing the hill, that is where it ends there too.
I
that is this area. And towards Abeka, you get to Musuli, you won't pass the Musuli community. No, Musuli, they are saying is under Fadama, but it's not part of Fadama. That place is meant for the Agbogboleshi people.
Oh, okay.
You know, we are almost at the same place at Old Fadama. They were also supposed to move to this area, but they... So this is the demarcation of Fadama.
And you rightly earlier mentioned that there are few bad nuts.
There is no way you won't find them.
Yes, but have you been able to find a way to get to these people?
In actual fact, what we are doing is we do our possible best to let them understand that when you want to thrive in life, you have to get something to it.
Okay.
If you are not able to go to school, you should find some vacation, learn some job. Don't stay idle. When you stay, the children stay idle, you get nothing, you don't get them nothing to do, there's something to do, they will find something to do for themselves. That is where they go. Yes, fighting.
Okay.
When they sit idle, when the sun comes from the east, they move towards the shadow. When it gets to the center, you see, they will be changing that. No, whenever they are invited to go and fight, they will go and fight because they have nothing doing. So we are trying to let them understand how life is. You have to get something doing.
And how is that going?
Oh, inshallah, we are improving.
Okay.
That is how, you know, and most of the time, you see a Muslim person fighting. Take your time. Take your time. Understanding what brought about the fight. You will see, when we were growing up, most of us are illiterate. You see, the literate sometimes look down on the illiterates. The way they talk to them. You see, they don't regard. So when you continue doing that to me, when I don't have the knowledge to contest with you, I will use my fists. This is what is happening. They underrate, sometimes they underrate. Even somebody hiring your house because you are a pepe, he would like to show you, control you on how to go about. These are some of the things. So you will be having patience, but it gets to an extent that you cannot hold yourself again. Let me take an example. You see the school, these schools were meant for us. The government promised to rehabilitate the Chief Imam school. And you don't know why they've demolished the school. The government promised to put a new one, but there is a delay. They've delayed in doing that. We pleaded with the school authority. Those who are attending Makaranta on Saturday and Sunday should be moved to the school, because on Sunday and Saturdays there are no school. If I agree, but where they send the children, they used to do funerals, they used to bring dead bodies on Saturdays. Some of these children are up. We are pleading, begging the school authority to let them move to this area so that they avoid seeing them. What did even tell our people? Yesterday they came and reported this to me. The way they respond to them. Sometimes if you don't exercise patience, you will react.
Okay,
These are some of the things.
So sometimes people act based on provocation.
They frustrate you.
Okay.
They provoke you.
We'll come to developments like you spoke
Yes.
about. But I want to know the education rate for the people who live in this community? Is it high? Is it low? Do people send their children to school?
These children, in actual fact, these days, I see people who don't. These children, our children are. These days, I think every parents are doing their best to send their boys to school.
Okay.
And to me, considering our contribution to the development of the country, we've not got the required, the kind of development that we are supposed to get.
When you say that, what exactly do you mean?
What I mean is, from my grandfather's time, we happen to be the chief imams of the country. No matter what we are contributing, praying for the peaceful and conducive is a contribution. We talk about peace. The chief imam used to talk about peace, pray for the development of the country. When there is a problem in the hinterland, let's say north, the government use the chief imam, take him to those places to intervene. See, we are contributing. And every now and then, the government come and go to the chief imam. Politicians, when it's time for politics, they go and come. See the development of the community.
So what development are you looking for that you are not getting?
Exactly. Fadama, we don't have post office. We don't have, look at our market. The market should be developed. They should, look, people are looking for a place to sell. You are sucking people from the center of Accra, sending them to Ajin Kotoku. When there's a big marketplace in Fadama, are they undermining Fadama or what? Some of these market people, if even the Obroniwahu people, bring them to Fadama. When the market develops, Fadama will also develop. When the market thrives and it's developed, people would like to come closer to where the market is. That will bring about development. Why are they not trying to develop the market? And the market is just in front of the chief imam's house. So they can't tell me they have not seen.
More in the work of the house. Understanding orders will create more opportunities for that to happen. We want members to support us to build Parliament, not to destroy Parliament. There has been a lot of goodwill, and it's for us members, in whatever we do, to showcase the image, the reputation of the House. With this, you are all welcome to the third meeting of the first session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. I thank you so much for your attention. I'll give opportunity to the leaders to have their bite for and on behalf of their loyal troops. I think we'll start with the Minority Leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity and also use this opportunity to welcome you as Speaker and head of the organ of state, the Parliament of Ghana, to the third meeting of the first session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana, and to wish you the very best as you seek in your endeavors to strengthen our Parliament, to make it more transparent and more accountable, and to work to improve the lot of the Ghanaian. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, to use the opportunity to welcome colleagues, and in particular the Leader of Government Business and Majority Leader, and to the first and second Deputy Speaker, and trust that they would assist you to succeed as Speaker. So to my colleague members of Parliament, welcome back from the stress of the various interventions in your representative role in our various constituencies. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, we will reflect some of the concerns and problems and challenges in the various constituencies across the country on the floor of Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, in doing so, there are a number of urgent matters of public interest and public concern. For instance, Mr. Speaker, the District Assembly Common Fund, which is a constitutional requirement under Article 252 of the 1992 Constitution, which requires that monies to the District Assembly Common Fund, Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting from Article 252, are paid by quarterly installments. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the Common Fund Secretariat has not released monies to MMDAs since the third quarter of 2020. I repeat it, third quarter of 2020. Not 2021. Yet we are told the economy is doing well when you are paralyzing the functionality of our decentralized local government system by the non-releases to the District Assembly Common Fund. And Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that the Minister for Local Government and the Minister of Finance, probably if it is above them, the President must ensure that he is not in breach of Article 252 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I received on your behalf, because at the time the leader was chairing the meeting, a petition from law students. And Mr. Speaker, there is an urgent call on this House, if the executive is failing in that respect, for us to have a legal education reform commission in Ghana to look at the future of legal education in Ghana and to make appropriate recommendation for the expansion of access to quality legal education by desirous and deserving Ghanaian students who want to be trained as lawyers and paralegals and to have an opportunity to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, whilst at it, I'm sure in welcoming us back, I want to take opportunity to congratulate my colleague, the Honorable Osaichi Mensah Bonsu, on his elevation to the high office of Vice Chair of the CPA, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. And Mr. Speaker, whilst congratulating him, to say without fear of contradiction that in the pursuit of foreign policy and parliamentary diplomacy that you lead, partisanship ends at the water's edge. And I announce with pride that it took me a second to consult with our able clerk, Cyril Nsia and Camilo Puaman, to constitute what became a Ghana campaign group to ensure that the Honorable Osei Mensah survived. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, he should have even gone unopposed. But for the machinations of democracy with time, when somebody's GMT became another person's country time, he had to go through. Mr. Speaker, I cannot be congratulating him without recognizing the role of the Right Honorable Justin B.N. Muturu, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Kenya, Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu, who represents the East Africa CPA, and the Honorable Solomon Lechesa Chinole. They were very supportive of the Ghanaian support for the Honorable Osei Mensah. Mr. Speaker, we have also just witnessed election and approval of MMDCs across the country. And Mr. Speaker, we again witness an unacceptable dosage of police excesses in some areas in the country. Unacceptable use of the police again in elections. And Mr. Speaker, we saw in the Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly 77 votes after 63 assembly members took part in the process. Mr. Speaker, it's worth examining. And I'm reminding you, Mr. Speaker, that Article 45(2)(c) of the 1992 Constitution imposes an obligation on the Electoral Commission of Ghana to supervise, Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting, the Electoral Commission shall have the following functions: to conduct and supervise all public elections and referenda. I take it that public elections under Article 45(c) of the 1992 Constitution includes the approval of MMDCs under Article 243 of the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened? What happened? What happened? And Mr. Speaker, undoubtedly a wake-up call that this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, must lead the process for the appropriate and for the appropriate review of the 1992 Constitution for the election of MMDCs. We should endeavor to have a national conversation and bring conclusively a consensual position that MMDCs must be elected. The disagreement was whether elected on partisan lines or elected as citizens of Ghana. Let us find a way how to finance the process. What will be the role of the state? But essentially, Mr. Speaker, we cannot turn back. A mischief has been created. There was chaos in many parts of the country, in some assemblies as much as 3 times returned, 3 times rejected. It means the representative of the people at that level want to have a role. So I'm in agreement, and Mr. Speaker, we should work towards a consensual national position that MMDC is the elected. The conflict was whether elected on partisan basis or non-partisan basis, but at least the principle, and not a half-chosen approach to some parts and some portions of the Constitution. The other time the President wrote to Parliament, he limited himself to Article 2431 of the Constitution and was silent on 2433 and other aspects of the Constitution, including Article 248. Mr. Speaker, there is also the concern of a growing national debt, public debt, 335 billion, towering debt. Probably, again, it's about time that this House considers a debt ceiling act to limit the borrowing, because today's government may imperil a future government not to be able to undertake any activity if it is so consumed with the excessive borrowing that we are witnessing at 335 billion, 76% of GDP as of July, is still growing. And we are getting many of our assets collateralized. What happens to the future must be of concern to us. Mr. Speaker, let me welcome our colleagues with some brief comment on what you raised. Matter of LGBTQI+. I couldn't agree more with you, Mr. Speaker, on your position on the subject, and trust that our Committee on Constitutional Legal will engage appropriately the people of Ghana and the petitioners. Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that Article 106 provides that bills are gazetted for purpose of elucidating input from the public. And it should not stay per outstanding orders more than 3 months within the committee. We expect the Committee of Constitutional Legal to lead Parliament living up to that litmus test of an anti-LGBTQI legislation and nothing more. One that reflects our values, our morality, and the wishes of the generality of our society. How I wish I added that those who dare doubt what the position of Ghana will be on this matter probably could have examined or tested it at a referendum. Mr. Speaker, with this, I welcome you personally and wish the clerk and his men and women well. And to the majority leader, you are not only vice chair, you would also be representing us at the coordinating committee. I understand that you were there with Mr. Speaker in his previous role and capacity, just as the two of you shared majority, minority leaders. And Mr. Speaker, it is with pride that Ghana stands tall at the CPA, and my colleague, the leader, has done pretty well. I represent Ghana, as I've said, and when we get there, partisanship ends at the water's edge. If he wants my services in future somewhere, that one, he has to look for royalties for it. This one was in the service of our country. So congratulations, and Mr. Speaker, I wish all our colleagues well. I thank you.
Well, let's now listen to the Majority Leader of Government Business and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Leader of the House, we want to hear your welcome remarks.
Speaker, let me also add my voice to welcome honorable members back from the long recess that we had. I hope to God that members have had good rest and that they are poised to continue with the business, the rather packed business that we have for ourselves in this third meeting of the first session of the 8th Parliament of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, let me also welcome you, Right Honourable Speaker, back to the jurisdiction after some period of work and rest. Mr. Speaker, as we said, the honourable members during the recess period were not really resting. They were performing their constitutional and statutory responsibilities, including their representational, deliberative, information transmission, oversight, and legislative functions, among others. The Speaker, I hope that not withstanding these peculiar responsibilities, members have returned a bit more refreshed to enable us undertake the business before us for this meeting. As the Right Honourable Speaker has indicated, it is sad to relate that the second meeting of the first session of the 8th Parliament ended on a rather bizarre note. For that reason, the leaders were not able to make our closing remarks. Speaker, in that regard, perhaps it may become worthy to present the remarks or same to be captured in the Hansard of today. I hope and pray that such an occasion does not have further procreation in the history of the Parliament of Ghana. The Speaker, certainly it is not anything that any of us can raise our heads to and beat our chests to say that Parliament performed well on that occasion. The Speaker, this meeting is programmed to be a very hectic one. There are many bills that are going to be submitted to the House. In total, we have 58 bills that are advertised, and that excludes the bills before the House already. And that is the private members' bill, the Speaker, the 3 private members' bills that you related to. I do know that some of them really are indicative bills, and it is to enable the various sponsoring ministers to engage the committees, the relevant committees, on the subject matter of the bills, so that into the next meeting, some good preparatory works would have been done, so that when they are introduced in the House, you have smooth passage in the House. The Speaker, the Parliament of Ghana, in respect of the promotion of proper human social rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill 2021, as I indicated in some interviews before the House resumed, the Parliament of Ghana will do what is appropriate. After all, we are representatives of the good people of this country. The bill is before the appropriate committee who have to digest and pour through the plethora of documents and memoranda submitted and listen to the sponsors of the bill in order to prepare and submit a credible report to this House. The Speaker, the committee may decide to sit in public, and I believe that if the leadership of the committee decides to sit in public, the leadership of the House certainly would facilitate their sitting in public, just so that everybody will get to know what they are doing. The Speaker, the major decision that is taken when a bill comes before this House is at the second reading, where the sponsors of the bill move the motion for the second reading, and the committee that would have considered that bill will come with their report. The Speaker, it relates to the principles and policy, and that is where the major decision on any bill is taken. It is rather unfortunate that on holidays it was made to appear as if when bills come before this House, there is a cabal that meets somewhere in camera and decide on the fate of a bill. That certainly is not anything that has ever happened in this House. Every bill is considered first at the committee level before it gets submitted to plenary. And it's never happened that the consideration of any bill is being in camera. So, Mr. Speaker, when people begin to talk to that issue, that, let there be sunshine on the consideration of the bill, I wonder what people are talking about. Because the consideration of every bill is here in plenary. The TV cameras are here. They have always been here. So for people who raise issues and make it appear as if we consider saying in some quiet place outside the chamber and then nobody sees what goes on, the Speaker, really, an unfortunate picture is painted outside. Unfortunately, some colleagues in this House also added to the confusion and made it appear as if Parliament has been doing things that are untoward. The Speaker, having said that, when we come to the consideration stage, our rules of procedure in respect of Order 128 and 129 are the rules that guide us. And we take decisions on every clause, on every subsection, on every word, on every paragraph here in plenary. And the Speaker puts a question on any of them in the open. It's never happened in secret. Let nobody go outside there and paint a picture that, oh, some bills are treated in secrecy. Ben, is that the case or not the case? That's what we're here for. Mr. Speaker, I have been saying that with the exit of some of our colleagues, Banda, Yilechire, Fuseini, Shaibu, Parliament really is going to enter a period of turbulence a bit in the consideration of bills. And that is why I'm urging. Fortunately, we have the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo here with us. We have the Chairman of Legal Constitutional Affairs, Enyimedu MP. We also have our occasional visitor to the committee, and I urge him now to put in greater appearance at the Winnowing Committee level, the Honorable Roxanne Dafiamiko. You must be there always, not sparingly. Mr. Speaker, let me also indicate that the Honorable Suhini, in the latter days, was also coming to the Winnowing Committee. Let's encourage them to be there with us, so that in terms of reconciling amendments, conflicting amendments, we're able to do so in the earliest possible time. The Honorable Atachia and Patrick Buama are also here. So I'm urging them to be part of the winnowing process, because if we leave the over 140 memoranda submitted, I think it's going to take a while for the committee to deal with the amendments. Just this morning, I was having a discussion with the Honorable Ahiafo that in considering the memoranda, perhaps they should go the way of the Supreme Court in adjudicating the case of the election petition, in putting into baskets amendments that are related, so that they'll be able to deal with it faster. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian people should rest assured that the Parliament of Ghana will do the needful to protect and preserve the fundamental human rights and freedoms, unity and stability of our nation as enjoined by the preamble of the 1992 Republican Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the Parliament of Ghana is also not oblivious of the principle that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people of the country. Mr. Speaker, so we'll do what is right. We have our own unique upbringing, and we shall conform and not do anything that will outrage the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the minority leader, related to the election of MMDCs. This matter came before us. We had agreed, and the Kempinski Declaration compelled all of us to agree. And my colleague knows that we had some outside forces that came to scatter the agreement at Kempinski. Let nobody add any extraneous issues. But I agree that where we are, we need to do election of MMDCs. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, we cannot as a nation continue on the path of amending, of very spasmodic amendment of constitutions. It will not serve any useful purpose. Let us do a holistic review of the Constitution. it will serve a better purpose than at the turn of every event come out to say that we want to amend the constitution in this area. This clause must be amended, this sub-clause must be amended. Let's do a holistic review. 28 years after practicing the 1992 Republican Constitution, Mr. Speaker, I believe the time has come to do a serious introspection and reflection on it. And I think that we should confront the reality. Mr. Speaker, I must thank my colleagues in the CPA Africa region, especially as the minority that has alluded to, Right Honourable Justin Muturi, who at the CPA Africa region, at which meeting I was not present, that he nominated me to represent Africa on the election that was to happen. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, it tells the appreciation of the work that the members of parliament from Ghana do at the level of CPA Africa region. Because I do not think that I represent myself. I represent Ghana there on the CPA Africa region. And they've seen the enormous work that we have been doing for the region. Let me also show and did express my profound gratitude to the minority leader. On the day the announcement came to be made, intuitively, he sprang to his feet and suggested that they form on the spur of the moment campaign committee. And he pointed to some people, one Ugandan, then one Kenyan, and I think one from Tanzania, from South Africa, and he inclusive, that they were to foray into the CPA branches world over. But then when they tested the waters, they realized that it wasn't even necessary to do that, because there was universal admission of the fact that the time had arrived for an African candidate, and also the fact that the person came from Ghana, and the fact that the person had also long associated with the CPA Africa region. And so there was universal acclaim that it should be a certain chairman's amount. Mr. Speaker, I must also express my appreciation to you, because when the information got to you, you didn't scuttle the move, and you said it was worth pursuing. So I thank my colleagues for the support that they gave. Whilst we were away, Mr. Speaker, a few things happened, and my colleague has related to one of them, the election of the NMDCs. I would want to relate to one that I believe has the potential of splitting up the work of committees in this House. The Speaker, committees of Parliament are committees of Parliament. They should act as a collective body. Once we introduce partisanship in the conduct of the business of committees, the Speaker, we split up the integrity of those committees. And it's difficult then to hold the committees together. I think that the committees should work together so that the products from the committees' work will be upheld by the entire Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we have been dealing with this matter about whether or not the committees should only work on referrals that come to them. For now, that is the position. And I believe that perhaps is the reason why, because there were no referrals, certain members decided to go on their own frolic. It is not good for the work of committees in this House. We should act as a collective. And the product or the outcome of any investigation should be upheld by the entirety of the committee. Because after all, it will come to plenary, and plenary will have to adopt it, so that we strengthen the hands of Parliament in the performance of our oversight responsibilities. The Speaker, I was saying that for this meeting, we have advertised for us about 58 bills. Certainly, we are not going to have time to deal with all 58 bills in the shortness of space that we have. That is the 3 weeks before the introduction of the budget in the House, which is why I would want to urge the ministers and the various committees to be very proactive in the advertised bills and begin to work on them behind the curtains so that when they come to be introduced in the House, we'll be able to expedite action on them. Mr. Speaker, this meeting is a budget meeting. And the budget is going to be introduced on the 17th of November. And Parliament, exactly 1 month after the introduction of the budget, will have to proceed on recess. 17th November, 17th December. What it means is that we have very little time at our disposal. Mr. Speaker, as you do know, ideally, a Parliament should spend about 8 weeks in interrogating budgets. We don't have the luxury of time. We're not going to be able to spend 8 weeks in interrogating the budget. We're going to have just about 4 weeks. And indeed, it's too short a time. And that is why I would again entreat the committees to act in conjunction with their sector ministers very proactively to deal with the allocations as early as possible, not just rubber stamp, very diligent scrutiny of the allocations, so that when we come to the passage of the appropriations on the 17th of December, the Speaker, we can tell ourselves that we have done justice to the referral before us. Mr. Speaker, let me end on the note that whilst we were on holidays, the nation lost the mother of the Vice President. The final Adua held last Sunday, the 24th of October, and many MPs, both majority and minority, were there to mourn with the Vice President. May her soul, the soul of the departed mother of the Vice President, rest in perfect peace. Again, during the period of adjournment, the nation lost one of our most prolific highlife musicians, Nana Kwame Mpedu. He has paid his dues as a musician and contributed in recreating Ghanaian highlife music. May the Almighty God grant the latter-day evangelist good rest. Mr. Speaker, let me call on our collaborators, the clerk and his staff, and the media persons, given the shortness of space that we have, to be very responsive and cooperative to enable the good people of this country know the charge of Parliament between now and December 17th, when we shall adjourn. Mr. Speaker, I almost forgot to mention the untimely transition of our former colleague, the Honorable Kofi Adda, who transitioned just about, I think about a week or so ago. I believe the family will come to inform us about arrangements. Mr. Speaker, the paradox of it was that he was part of the planning group or the funeral of the mother of the Vice President. And before the Adua could hold, he transitioned. Mr. Speaker, my attention once again is also drawn to the untimely demise of a former colleague, a very long-serving member of this House, the Honorable Gershom Bediame. I believe the family would also accordingly inform us in the fullness of time when the funeral is going to hold. And I will plead that when we get to know, members would attend these events in our numbers, COVID or no COVID. That's because we should show appreciation and recognition to our colleagues. I thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity granted. Thank you, colleagues.
Yes, honorable members, I can only thank the leaders for their welcome remarks, and particularly for drawing my attention to a number of issues The leader of the House is indeed the Vice Chairman of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association International. That is quite an important position that Ghana has assumed. I have said for many years at the CPA International Council. Now I serve as the Vice President of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association International. And our leader is the Vice Chairman. And I'm the Vice President. Ghana is to host. Ghana is to host the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association International Conference in 2023. We'll be holding those positions. And we need to showcase this special democracy that we have developed in Ghana. We are ahead of many countries. There's still a lot to be done anyway. But please, we are taking steps to make sure that Ghana is well bucketed in 2023. So members should come on board and let's move together. Honorable members, it's important I raise this issue. You all know how petitions are presented to the House. It's in our standing orders. Citizens, groups, associations have the right to demonstrate, to process, to do everything. But when they are presenting a petition to the House, you all know the petition is presented through a member of Parliament. And it is laid on the table of the House. Let's educate the public on this matter. We are not preventing any group from demonstrating, from processing, no. But when they want the petition to be properly processed through the House, it is passed through a member of Parliament who will lay that petition at the table of the clerk. Then it is referred to the appropriate committee to work on and report to the House. Let's get that across. If not, it creates a lot of problems. Petitions are brought here, and after the politics, that is the end. It shouldn't be the case. Again, members must take note. When you are giving a position, there is no position without a code of conduct. There are also ethics and rules. If you are a commoner walking around, and traditionally they come and remove your slippers under your feet and carry you to the village and make you a chief, everything changes. You can no longer behave like you used to behave. Members of Parliament must take note. We will be referring a number of you to the Privileges Committee when you continue the conduct I've seen on TV in your constituencies. That is unbecoming of the behavior of members of Parliament. The election of DCs or approval of DCs, please, let's don't take the clock backwards. is not a place to show how strong you are. It's a place to show how popular and how support you have, not how strong you are. How macho men, how many of them you have to be able to compare people to be made a DC. Over who? Stones? Don't let's toy with our system. So many people sacrifice their lives to get us this far. Why are we behaving this way? Don't be part of that. I am ending with a call on sector ministers to have pre-budget meetings with their committees. We don't have much time when the budget is late. And take note, we will not allow any minister to come here and show powers that they don't have. We will hold you. We will hold you to account your stewardship. That is not only talking about money. When we are talking about accountability, we are not talking about only financial accountability. No. Even your conduct is part of it. And so you're going to have a different parliament, not the parliament that you know. Things are going to change for the better, not the worse. And I expect you to collaborate, cooperate, and work with us in this house. With this, you are once again welcome, and I'll give the opportunity for us to look at the votes and proceedings before we go to the presentation of the business for the week. So, honorable members, correction of votes and proceedings. And we are looking at the votes and proceedings of Friday, 6th August 2021, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I'm grateful. Right, Honourable Speaker, the second paragraph at page 13, the motion was moved and seconded by the Honourable Member for Second D, Mr. Joe Kofi Ejapa-Mensah. He's also the Deputy Minister for Energy, so if it can be added to make it complete.
Well, table office, you are being called upon to add his position, the Deputy Minister for Energy. It was actually moved by Honorable Samuel Atachia. Yes. Page. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My apologies. Going back to page 9. The street name for question 208, V, is Farrar, not Farrar. F-A-R-R-A-R, not F-A-R-A.
You said page what?
Page 9, Mr. Speaker.
Page
Question,
9.
Yes, number 208.
Yes.
Roman numeral V. It's Farrar Avenue, F-A-R-R-A-R, not as it's spelled.
Farrar. Table office, please kindly take note. Page 14. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Page 14 and item 13, resolution. If you go down, it says A, by the provisions of Article 181 of the Constitution, made by a resolution supported by the votes of a majority of all the members of Parliament. Off is missing there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, table office, there's an omission there. Your attention has been drawn to it. Please, kindly capture it. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19, page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29, page 30, page 31, page 32, page 33, page 34, page 35, yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm not too sure, but just for table to cross-check, when you say clause 21, minister means that minister assigns responsibility for an emerging crisis. Emerging crisis.
Page what?
Page 35. where you are.
Page 35.
They should just take note and go back.
Clause
21.
21.
The minister responsible for an emerging crisis. Emerging crisis. Page 35. I'm not too sure, but just they should go back to the record and see what we defined that day as the minister to be responsible. I have a difficulty with the emerging crisis, but as I said, table should go back to their record to be sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Minority Leader referring to the clause 21 where they say add the following new definition. And the definition says minister means the minister assigned responsibility for an emerging crisis. So just cross-check to know the decision of the House. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Page 39. Page 38.
Yeah, page 38. I would ignore that. I was one of the sponsors of the oath. But you see, when we get to the oath in page 38, it reads to be sworn before the minister or such other person as the president may designate. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you come to the Constitution, the official oath, the provision as in what is in the Constitution, which was our argument that day on the floor here, that let the oath which was submitted in the bill reflect what is in the Constitution. It reads to be sworn before the president or such other person as the president may designate. That is what the Constitution provides. So you can't go and turn the words to be done before the minister. That is inappropriate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, table office, just take note, cross-check on that. What was the decision of the House? If there's a need for us to go back to that decision, we'll go back through the proper door and get it reviewed. Page 39. Page 40. Page 41. Page 40, sorry.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think 34, adjournment has not been properly captured.
Page what?
Page 40, number 34.
Yes.
The adjournment has not been properly captured. I think we should add that the House adjourned without closing remarks and in a state of pandemonium.
This one you added, what has that got to do with adjournment? No. These are things that happened. This happened before adjournment, and they have nothing to do with adjournment. The topic is adjournment. Okay? If you are saying that that should be captured as something that happened, you see, you want it captured as part of the votes and proceedings. Yes, but not as part of adjournment. Are we together? I will urge the table office to consider whether that qualifies to be part of votes and proceedings. If it does, it will be included. If not, because our standing orders are clear as to what should be captured as part of votes and proceedings. Page 41. Page 42. Page 43, page 44, page 45, sorry, 44.
Right, Honourable Speaker, at page 44, item 2XVI, our honourable colleague, I'm not sure if she's in the house, the Honourable Sheila Batel. Sheila has not been captured correctly. And, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me to go back to the previous page, page 43, item number XIII, Dr. Patrick Ofori. Ofori should be corrected accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office, kindly take note. Yes, Minister for Health. Are you on? Oh, okay. Page 45. Page 46. Page 47. Honourable members, since there are no further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 42nd sitting of the second meeting of the first session held on Friday, 6th August 2021 as corrected are adopted as the true record of proceedings. We have official reports. I don't know whether members have their copies. Wednesday, 16th June and Thursday, 17th June 2021. Any corrections? Yes.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the 16th June 2021 has a few corrections that I want to point out, Mr. Speaker. At column 007, the second paragraph, the third line, it should be VVIPs, not WIPs, VVIPs. At column 012, the third paragraph, Mr. Speaker, it should be Emirates aircraft. And same for column 013, third paragraph, Emirates aircraft. At column 015, Mr. Speaker, the second paragraph, the figure should be 69 million Ghana cedis, not 69 million United States dollars. The budget of the Office of Government Machinery for Presidential Travels, 69 million Ghana cedis, not United States dollars. At column 016, Mr. Speaker, the third paragraph should be CASA aircraft, as in CASA, all caps, and not KASA, as has been captured here. CASA, CASA. Well, Mr. Speaker, that should be it for the 16th June.
Table office, please take note of the corrections. Honourable members, the official reports of Wednesday, 16 June 2021 and Thursday, 17 June 2021 are hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings together with the corrections that have just been made. With this, we move on to the next item, and that will be presentation of the business statement for the first week of this meeting. Yes, sorry.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I'm sorry. There were two official reports, the 16th and then the 17th June.
Yes, I put all together. You corrected the 16th and you sat down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You didn't say anything about the 17th, so I put them together.
Very
you have
sorry,
something
Mr.
for the 17th. I plead with you to get in touch with the table office and get them filed so that we can proceed on with business.
Okay.
Yes, presentation of the business statement for the first week. The chairman of the business committee in the person of the majority leader.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Business Committee met yesterday, Monday, the 25th of October, 2021, and arranged business of the House for the first week ending Friday, the 29th of October, 2021. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the committee submits its report as follows. Speaker, you may read any available communication to the House as you did this morning. And Speaker, taking cognizance that the Business Committee met only yesterday to program business for this week, it would be impractical to schedule ministers to respond to questions at such short notice. Ministers of State would, however, be scheduled in subsequent weeks to respond to questions as during the subsequent meetings relating to their respective ministries. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Order 70 Sub 2, ministers of state may be permitted to make statements of government policy. The statements duly admitted by you, Mr. Speaker, may be made in the House by honourable members in accordance with Order 72. The Speaker, bills may be presented to House first reading in accordance with Order 120. However, those of urgent nature may be taken through the various stages in one day in accordance with Order 119. Pursuant to Order 75, papers for presentation to the House may be placed on the order paper for laying. The committee reports may also be presented to the House for consideration. The Speaker, the Business Committee takes this opportunity to welcome all members back from the long recess. As honourable members may be aware, a significant part of this third meeting will be devoted to the consideration of the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2022. The House would also give attention to any other critical business requiring consideration of Parliament prior to adjournment for the unitide. The Business Committee therefore urges all honourable members to avail themselves for business scheduled for this meeting. As Speaker, the Business Committee also entreats committee chairpersons, particularly those with urgent and time-bound referrals, to endeavour to present their reports for consideration prior to the end of the second week of November 2021, when the House is expected to be seized with consideration of the budget, having regard to the limited time frame for the approval of the budget and the Appropriation Bill 2021. The Speaker, a meeting of the Committee of the Whole is proposed to be held today, Tuesday, the 26th of October 2021, after adjournment. Matters relating to the draft standing orders of Parliament of Ghana, as well as other House and welfare matters, will be discussed. In this regard, All honorable members are encouraged to avail themselves at the meeting. Mr. Speaker, let me at this very outset, and for purposes of effective programming and planning of the committee, public, private, and personal businesses, inform colleagues that the budget statement and economic policy of government for the 2022 financial year shall be presented to the House on Wednesday, the 17th of November, 2021. The post-budget workshop shall follow, beginning from Friday, the 19th of November to Sunday, the 21st of November, 2021. The debate on the policy shall commence in earnest on Monday, the 22nd of November, 2021, and end on Friday, the 26th of November, 2021. Mr. Speaker, the last Friday before the commencement of the Christmas festivities is December 17th, 2021. And that means that sector allocations have to be dealt with and possibly approved to allow for the consideration and possible passage of the Appropriation Bill 2021 on the 17th of December 2021. Mr. Speaker, this means that the various sector ministers and committees shall have to act timeously and proactively in order for the agenda of the meeting to be concluded before the adjournment for the Yuletide. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 162 and subject to Standing Order 53, the Business Committee submits to this Honourable House the order in which the business of the House shall be taken during the week. Mr. Speaker, the items have been listed for each day beginning today. And Speaker, because of how far we have travelled, I want colleagues to consider the entirety of the statement before us as duly read and same be captured in the handsets. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
Any comment from honourable members? Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just two observations. One, the budget, the 4 weeks, I'm afraid, does not allow us time to do diligent oversight over the budget. Then the expenditure framework come in late, and it comes with wholesale amount, goods and services, no retail. We need a breakdown. And when you ask ministers and the heads of the department to submit what they spend their money on, they just tell you goods and services. I'm just noticing that this year, if we don't get the breakdown strong against some of the ministries, when you come with goods and services, you must give us a breakdown what went into goods and services and capex, and he must demand that from the ministers and heads of department. Apart from that, Mr. Speaker, I know the other matter, he drew the attention of table to it. The motion on the frontiers services at the airport. We have issues with it, and we intend to move the motion any moment as it pleases, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Bodo.
Right, Honourable Speaker. The business for the week completely excludes response to questions which have been hanging for several months. And if we don't take them as early as possible, and we are overwhelmed by budget business, it means some of them will still be hanging whilst we go on the Christmas break. You yourself alluded to the fact that there were several questions which we admitted, but about half of which were not answered before we left for the break. So I don't know whether it is too late to find space for some questions to be attended to during the week.
Yes, Honourable Jinapo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I follow on the comment by the minority leader. I don't know if the majority leader would consider maybe Parliament communicating to the ministries, departments and agencies on the format for their budget presentation. Because sometimes when they come, you don't have to tell them to go back, do it this way and come. At least if we could get a format, I'm sure all of us can help, so that we communicate to them even before they submit their budget estimates. I'm sure that when they have the framework, it may be able to guide them so that they can provide information as to what we expect of them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even though I was trying to have some background discussion with the majority leader, I noticed from the business statement and the even other people of today, we had an outstanding motion on the Sputnik V COVID vaccine, the report. It's not featuring either in the business what we call statement, neither is it featuring on the other paper. And so this was an outstanding business on the last day of the House, and I was wondering why it's not showing anywhere in the business of the week, and if the majority leader could answer that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member, Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My contribution is based on what Honorable Abu Jirapor said about the estimates. Many a time, it is on the day of the discussion on the estimates that they are presented to you, to the committee, when you are seated. And many a time, too, we ask them they should go back and then work on it. So if the estimates can be made available to the committees at least 48 hours before the committees sit to do the consider the estimates, I think that will be better for us. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman, Business Committee, any reaction?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minority Leader related to the format of budget presentation. I think the same issue was spoken to by the Honourable John Jinapor. And that's why I was asking him whether he was listening to the Minority Leader. I think it's important, though, we need to know the framework for the presentation, because it provides us with the basis for interrogating the budget. Speaker, I think that the House should entreat the ministers to respond to that framework, because otherwise we'll be talking to issues extraneous to the formulation of the budget. And I think it's important that the appropriate communication is related to the ministers. The Speaker, the Honourable Podo raised issues about the fate of questions. I don't know whether the Honourable Podo was listening to me. I think I related to that, because the Business Committee met only yesterday, it was difficult to have the list of questions outstanding to communicate same to the ministers and require of the ministers to come before Parliament and respond to them today. Speaker, for practical purposes, it wasn't going to be possible, which is what I stated. But I realized that when I was making the point, the Honourable Podo was in a trance, and he was not listening to me. Speaker, if you have seen the face of the Honourable Podo, he's still in the trance. Mr. Speaker, so as I said, hopefully by next week, the questions will be responded to. The Speaker, from the Chief Whip, he asked of when the question on the Sputnik V is going to be put. The Speaker, Yesterday when we met, the table officers, by the draft they submitted to us, had programmed for the question to be put on Friday. I indicated to them that it wasn't going to be possible on Friday and that they should remove it so that we'll have a discussion with the minority leader for us to find the appropriate time to deal with that. Because the Speaker, as was discussed yesterday, tomorrow the Chief Whip who asked that question, he and I are not going to be available, plus some members from the Ashanti region. Then the minority leader is given an indication that he has to leave the jurisdiction latest Thursday, either tomorrow evening or Thursday. The Speaker, I myself am not going to be available. And in fact, the leadership is not going to be available beginning next week. So it's a bit tight for us. But certainly before the introduction of the budget, that decision must be taken by the House. We will confer amongst ourselves to see the most appropriate time to take that decision. The Speaker, the estimates, availing the estimates ahead of time in order to position members to do proper interrogation and proper inquiry into the allocations. I think I cannot agree more with him, which is why I said to us that the committee chairs plus the sector ministers are supposed to act proactively, given the constricted space that we have. The Speaker, when the budget comes to be presented on 17th November, that weekend we'll have the post-budget workshop. And then the following Monday, which will be 22nd, we begin the debate on the principles, which will end on Friday, the 26th. And then the following Monday, we'll go into the allocations. What then it means is that we'll have barely 3 weeks for the consideration of the estimates. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I said that good practice obligates Parliament to spend about 8 weeks in interrogating allocations of the budget. We're not going to have the 8 weeks, not even half of 8 weeks. And if we don't act proactively, it will be difficult to do a thorough job. And yet, as you do know, we need to pass the appropriation bill before the year ends on the 31st of December. So, Mr. Speaker, I once again want to entreat the leadership of the committees, especially the chairs, to engage their ministers so that as soon as the budget comes to be presented, the allocations will be made available to the committees, at least during the week of the debate of the principles and policy underpinning the budget, so that they can have access to these estimates ahead of time. And because sometimes the committee members may require to benchmark the consideration on previous allocations, or perhaps even consult experts for their own professional advice and input. So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot agree more with the member who raised the issue, but I have spoken to it ahead of time in my own presentation of the business statement. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Atu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the business statement, we've been informed that the budget will be presented on the 17th of November, and we are expected to conclude the appropriations bill on the 17th of December. Mr. Speaker, this gives us approximately 1 month to complete the process. Speaker, I'm mindful of the fact that in the past we've used 6 weeks at the minimum to look at the budget, from the presentation of the budget to Appropriations Act. Speaker, I'm of the view that using 4 weeks will mean rushing through the process of budget approvals. Speaker, the majority leader had appealed to all of us to ensure that we do the work in a way that will not impede government business. Speaker, it is important for us to also inform the leader of the House, to also communicate saying to the ministers, particularly Ministry of Finance and other sector ministers, to ensure that the budget estimates are ready and it should be here on the day of reading the budget statement, so that some of us can read it before the budget, estimates are considered. Mr. Speaker, and again, oftentimes we've seen a situation whereby the breakdown of the budget estimates are not available. And when you raise the issue, they said they will come back to us. The Speaker, this time, the Speaker, we will not accept that. Every single budget estimate must be broken down into levels that we cannot understand, whereby those expenditures are lumped together like goods and services, how much they have spent. The Speaker will not accept it. And so I want to let the minister responsible for parliamentary affairs and the majority leader to communicate same to the ministers. We are ready to do the work, but please, we will not sacrifice our oversight. We'll do the work, but we will not sacrifice our oversight. We will demand breakdown of every single expenditure item for the year 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the Majority Leader for taking us through the business statement for the year. Mr. Speaker, for the week. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge the Majority Leader's position as captured by the business statement, that the time is too short for ministers to respond to questions. For the week. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to appeal to the Majority Leader through you to consider an issue that is of urgent concern to all. Mr. Speaker, it has to do with developments around the Adar-Songo salt, the Adar-Songo Lagoon. Mr. Speaker, in January, the community members demonstrated. It led to the shooting of about 2 people, which the police said they were probing. In August this year, about 26 people were also arrested after the community members engaged in a demonstration. Mr. Speaker, this week, we have had news reports again from that community suggesting a clash between the community members and the police over a contract that was awarded to Electrochem. And they think that contract is against their livelihood and is a threat to the lands that they own. Mr. Speaker, I'm therefore appealing through you to the Majority Leader, if it is possible, because of the short notice we have, for a minister to respond to questions, if it is possible for the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to perhaps brief the House this week on this development before it gets out of hand, so that we are rest assured that the government is on top of this matter. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Chairman of Business Committee, any response?
Speaker, the Honourable Atufo raises an issue that I have already related to, that is the shortness of time in scrutinizing the budget. Mr. Speaker, I believe that as a House, we need to take a decision on this. That maybe the estimates or the budget should come to the House maybe latest by the first week of November. Perhaps we could take a decision. Mr. Speaker, he's responding to too many things at the same time. He's not even listening to my answer to his question. Mr. Speaker, I say so because, yes, the the best practice is for Parliament to spend 8 weeks in interrogating budgets. But since we moved from the January, February presentation of budgets, we've never been able to have the 6 weeks that you're talking about. But budgets have always been presented to this House between the 13th, in fact 13th November onwards. This year, it so happens that...
Sorry, Majority Leader, my attention has just been drawn that we're up to 2, and I want to, considering the nature of business before the House, to extend sitting of the House beyond the normal sitting hours. Sitting is hereby accordingly extended. Yes, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, except to observe that the clock there itself is misleading, because the time is gone past 2. It's about 12 minutes after 2 o'clock and not a minute after 2. So, Mr. Speaker, the officers working on it should apply themselves to it today, so that we don't operate retrospectively. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I was just making the point that it just so happens that this year the Christmas festivities begin on the 24th, as usual, but that 24th is a Friday. It explains the reason why space is so constricted for us. So if maybe we had 24th falling on a Monday or a Tuesday, the space then is extended for us. We are feeling the full effect of it because of the fact that 24th is a Friday. And that is why we now have to operate within 9 weeks for the entirety of this meeting. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying to us that perhaps we should agree as a House that budget statements should accordingly come to this House in the first week of November. If we don't make that determination and restrict ourselves to the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, there was an occasion that the budget even came to this House on the 18th. We didn't feel the pinch so much because that year, the 24th was a Sunday. So we could work up to, I think that year the House adjourned on a Thursday. So let's come to some determination on that. And that will free space for us to do the consideration, proper consideration and the scrutiny of the budget. The Speaker, the breakdown of the budget allocation, I agree with you. If we want to do proper tracking and tracing of allocations, there for us to be able to discharge the function of oversight, we need to really be able to know where each allocation is going to, for what purpose. That is the business of oversight, financial oversight. If we don't have that, it will be difficult. The figures are lumped together, as they often get lumped together. Then it presents Parliament with a difficulty of tracing and tracking allocations. Except my dear Ato would know that this question I raised with him when he was a deputy minister. Mr. Speaker, when I said,
Majority Leader, don't be carried into a conversation with any particular member. You are addressing the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue that is raised with him when he was a deputy minister, I said, oh, he doesn't remember. That was what got me burst into that sudden laughter. But I agree that, again, as a House, we should agree on a common principle. We shouldn't be picking and choosing. When I'm on the other side, this should be my sing song. When I go to the other side, the status quo should remain. That is not good enough. So let's be consistent. And consistency protects your integrity, dear Ato. Anyway, I think that the principle is good.
Honourable members, the first deputy speaker to take the chair.
Mr. Speaker, the issue brought by the Honourable Suhuyini really is not part of the business statement, and accordingly, I may not be inclined to respond to it, except that it's a germane matter, because I'm not aware of what he's even talking about. In respect of what happened, was it yesterday, as you said, or the day before yesterday? I'm not aware of the sudden eruption of the matter again. But perhaps we'll have to draw the attention of the relevant minister to it. If it's possible to make a statement in the House in respect of that, we'll see what to do. Thank you very much for drawing attention to it.
Honourable members, the business statement as presented is accordingly adopted. The first deputy speaker takes the chair from now on.
Honourable members, statement time. Honourable Majority Leader, there's a statement admitted by Mr. Speaker in your name. Tribute to Nyomtofo Hene Nanam Pedu of the African Brothers Band by Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, whilst we were on holidays, the nation witnesses the transition of one of the foremost high-life musicians in the person of Nana Kwame Ampadu. And I make this tribute to the person referred to as Nyomtofo Hene Nana Ampadu of the African Brothers Band. Mr. Speaker, Nana Kwame Ampadu, the true king of high-life music, is gone. His entry into the Ghanaian high-life scene marked a watershed. He rejuvenated, positioned, elevated, and illuminated high-life music with the quality of instrumentation that the African Brothers Band, which he formed and led, and which included accomplished stars such as Idi Donko, Kwame Enim, Yewé Santi, Kojo Fori, Teacher Boateng, Jody, Kobno Sain, Ancient Ewua, Sam Dechi, Babatunde, brought to bear. The name of the band, the African Brothers, was inspired by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, whose crave for the unity of Africa compelled the leader of the band to christen the band the African Brothers Band. The Speaker, E.T. Mensah was a trailblazer in contemporary high music, and Eja Sam of Yam Ponsan fame lifted high life from Sejase palm wine drinking spots, polished them, and served them in households and hotels. Ampadu lifted the music to the top of the ranks and notched it up to the heights of the wall of Babylon. The masterclass delivery of string organ orchestration by the African Brothers was profoundly impeccable and infectious. The composition, the lyrics, and the compactness of the masterpieces that the group churned out was simply incomparable. The traditional wisdom, the flow of the storytelling, and the education contained sought to provide guidance and inspiration to both the young and the old, as in the pieces woven around the various species in the animal kingdom. Okwedio, Okwejanka, Apan Dankwa, Article 104, Abutukra Nefi, those very pieces, including the very first, Shumina Suntonko, came under the label of Philips, West Africa. Yao Asanti Ekusika, Mekodi Odowo, Ukumpahu Yena, Ekuamensu, Sumuju Adoa, Emilia, Sebihunu Wontemuanka, Sensam Agatha, Odonti Eriwu, preached uprightness and fortitude in familial lifestyle. Obiba Brok, Sumna Suntonko, Sikalibre, Yabeko, Obre, Cha Uwo, Kenya Utie, Adumo Rim, Bonia Bebiano, the Pumayi or Continimo Bro, the Mbapa Kojo, and Krabrabo, Economics and Kwan, Anumatiwa, Abrafumaya Ye, Susemi, Kufin Krabia, Asemi Minimore, Kufia Sante, Ubia Banye, Mpanini of Fran Fagin, Ashiwa Asedia, Yakami no Abrafubako, Yankamaunti, were veritable anthemic pieces which compelled one to stand, listen, and draw useful lessons to benchmark one's own existence. Jamausuro, Yari and Sa was a shed. Sakatumbe expressed the versatility and contemporaneous of the Nyontofohene. Julie Obidoba Mensu, Uwonya Dike Nyako, Uwayemi Dufie, Shrema, Manumenia Jesu, Omambo Ajo, Kotokodam Rifa, Jesu Obiba, and Kumifie, Mother, were classical dirges that capture Ampadu and the African brothers in obsequious mood. Ebitiye, Ihurebejo, Opeuwa Obenya, Nipumeyi were satires that generated discomfort for the powers that were at the time and led to the banning from the airwaves of Ebitiye and Ihurebejo. Musicians create scenes for hilarious expressions that sometimes degenerate into base carnality. Ampadu and African brothers were high-life musicians, yet mature as the group was, even when they unveiled, they still kept an opaque facade in the lyrics, which still required a discerning and analytical to crack to discover the meaning. At the beginning, guitar band music had a banjo and a bass guitar. E.T. Mensah and Uncle Sam introduced bass and lead. Ampadu and Jesse had 3 guitars, bass, lead, and rhythm, accompanied by a set of 4 drums, congas, maracas, horns, piano, and organ. The gong and frichua became part of the complement. Nana Ampadu was the first to start playing only his own music on stage, and left the dance bands of the time, barbecues, barbedas, sweet talks, sweet beans, 4th Dimension, Soul Brothers, Medical Lanterns, Classic Handles, etc., to play foreign music in the hot afternoon jams. In the twilight years of the band, they introduced a concept, playing high-life music for 2 hours and leaving the stage for their concert party to perform a can drama plotted around the many educative musical pieces that the Ampadu and African brothers have produced, such as Akusika, Obrecho Uwo, Okumpahu Yanasi, Kedibri Uwafa. Ampadu's concert party group unearthed such talents as Santo and Judas, who became household names in their own right in the late 1980s and early 1990s. And can anybody forget Odi, Frimpong Manson, Araba Stamp, and Kodokwachi, whose talents were brought to the fore by the African Brothers Band, and who, together with S.K. Opon, who had his own guitar band at the time but which group had collapsed, formed the Osofodaze drama group that livened up households on Sundays and Thursday evenings in those days of black and white television screens. That is the legacy of the man called Pastille Kwame Ampadu, later christened Nana Kwame Ampadu, after he won the first high life contest, which was organized at Anansi Krog in Accra. The contest was about recreating Yamponsa, the water parting composition by Uncle Sam of Takwa. Ampadu and his African Brothers band indeed recreated the Yamponsa, and by that established a kingdom where Nana Kwame Ampadu reigned for close to 30 years. That competition was held in 1972. In 1998, the Legon Hall of the University of Ghana recognized Ampadu for his contribution to the growth of the music industry in Ghana. The Entertainment Critics Reviewers Association of Ghana, ECRAC, the Arts Critics Association of Ghana, and many others have all given recognition to Nana Kwame Ampadu as leader and the African Brothers Band in general as well. In 1974, General Echampo, the then head of state, honored Nana Ampadu and the band for the signature tune of the Operation Feed Yourself program, which was the National Redemption Council's version of Planting for Food and Jobs. Indeed, Nana Ampadu has placed in the Guinness Book of Records as the most prolific songwriter, arranger, composer, and songster in West Africa, with, at the time of the recognition, over 600 songs to his name. The other person in the sub-region mentioned alongside Nana Ampadu is King Sunny Ade of Nigeria. Ampadu was a legend of a musician, an icon, a luminary extraordinary, the talismanic persona of high life music, and the personification of perfection in music production. That is why he was able to dominate high life music scene for more than 3 decades, the towering figure that he was. It is the voice of this virtuoso performer that has been silenced by death. But Nana Ampadu's music, his penetrating voice, his tongue, his extraordinary persona will definitely live after him. It is my prayer that the state may accord him his rightful place in the construct of the composite and corporate Ghana, where the various parts of the agglomeration will be recognized and appreciated. One can only hope that the Creator would, in recognition of the life that Ampadu brought to life, grant him eternal peace. Fare thee well, Obobon Nyuntufuohene Nana Kwame Ampadu. The Speaker, thank you very much.
The response is low because he lives way before many of the people here. So a lot of the things they've said are above their heads. I'm saying that the response and the applause is low because many of the people in the chamber were born in the 80s. So they know very little about Nana Kwame Ampadu. But he's certainly a legend in my view. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me commend the majority leader and leader for eulogizing one of Ghana's celebrated musicians, and in particular, as he rightly described him, the king of high life. Mr. Speaker, these days, whether born in the 60s or 70s, you probably may have opportunity to want to listen to any of the lyrics. I was expecting the majority leader to sing and to attempt to at least get 1 or 2 of his catchy lyrics, even with his voice for the record. Mr. Speaker, as you observed, I got closer in 1998, I believe at the time, a teaching assistant at the University of Ghana, when Nana Kwame Ampadu was to be honored by the Premier Hall as is referred to the Legon Hall in 1998. And subsequently, as observed by the leader, he endeared himself to many music-loving people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our condolences and sympathy goes to him and the immediate family. But Mr. Speaker, what is important, and I just refer to leader's words, when he described him as a virtuoso performer that has been silenced by death, and to remind all of us that someday we will belong where he's exited to. But Mr. Speaker, the leader have prayed that some obligation be done if the state can support the family partly, not fully, in terms of the funeral. It will be to honor and to inspire many other young people to go into music. Mr. Speaker, our music industry is growing and growing steadily. It has created some employment opportunities and hold promise to many other opportunities in that area. We will have to review the interest and aptitude of young people in music and dedicate some support for them. So, Mr. Speaker, may the legend, musician, and icon and luminary extraordinary, as described by the leader of Nana Ampadu of African Brothers Band, rest in perfect peace. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The people born in the 60s, where are they? Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda. Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda, I know that in the 60s and 70s we were at MIM Secondary School. Am I right? You were at MIM Secondary School with my senior Muha, and you were dancing to Nana Kwame Ampadu. You never danced to Nana Kwame Ampadu's song. Very well. Hello, members. Yes. Does the Robert Thatcher wish to contribute to the... Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute the statement on the floor. As we eulogize one of the prominent musicians of our time. Honourable Speaker, those of us who come from the village, we didn't have the benefit of entertainment at all if you came from the village. I do not remember whether we had the benefit of even television sets to enjoy music and the rest of it. But there's something that was called concert. And if you are in the village and you are blessed with a concert show, that is when you have people like Nana Kwame Ampadu, Akwabua, and the rest of them coming into the background, and everybody wants to go and see these individuals play live music, and then they do a bit of a concert and the rest of that. That is how I encountered this great musician, Nana Kwame Ampadu. Honourable Speaker, there is something to compare. If you measure the level of music and the lyrics of Nana Kwame Ampadu and that of what we have now, this kind of yo-yo music and just cacophony of sound. You know, people screaming and, Honourable Speaker, have you forgotten, is it raps or whatever they do of late? But when you pay regard to what Nana Kwame Ampadu and the likes were singing in those days, you will find wisdom, you find counsel, you find direction, you find things that brings about the sanity of the nation.
And we have not put together all the lyrics like some people do, because it was sometimes gramophone music as compared to what they have in modern times. I think for what is done, some research should be put in place to come out, at least the lyrics of this great man. And I'm of the humble view that if you are able to do that, that's the biggest tribute we'll pay to him, for people to know that music can be an instrument of education. Apart from the harmony of sound, the lyrics of this great man should never be lost on the modern generation. And these are a few things that I want to say about him. That he was not just playing music, but he was churning out a lot of wisdom. And we should go for that wisdom. I'm grateful that our great leader paid regard to this great man. And on the first day of our coming back, he's paid him a tribute. We thank God for his life, and those of us who make space to go and commiserate with the family during the funeral celebration should do so. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yeah. Yes,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to one of our legends, our father, late Nana Ampadu. Some of us, as early as those years, were young boys who used to carry benches to places they were coming for programs, because you didn't have money to pay to enter their concert parties and musical this in at the community level. You only succeeded getting in by sending a bench. Then somebody who had money will come and rent your bench, and you go in, then they will get a place to sit. A funny story to tell those early years. That is how, as young as or little some of us were, we encountered the late Ampadu, our father, that of City Boys, that of late, what is it called? Okay, let me use the hymn, City Boys and Co. The moral of their story and music that time cannot be compared to today. They eulogized Africa in general. Their music portrayed our culture. They told the world how rich Ghanaian culture was, how melodious our voices were. It reflected our culture and nature of being. Our dance style was sold to the world through Nana Ampadu and Co. Can we compare their time to today? Their beats alone, the style of the combination of instruments and drums. But today, we'll just get one person making noise with just a gadget, and the morale, you can't even, the words, they will just use one word and they are going. But Nana Ampadu and Co. told us stories through their high life music. They counseled us through their high life music. They told the youth the do's and don'ts, the moral standing of our people. They portrayed it through music. They brought about concert parties that told us about how wicked people ended. The witches, if you are a witch, how you can end your miserable end through their concert parties. And this is what some of us remember about these legends. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this statement. Mr. Speaker, yes, I wasn't lucky enough to have experienced Nana Kwame Ampadu in his heydays. Of course, my age, it cannot be that possible. But Mr. Speaker, looking at the first page of the statement, the last paragraph, the maker of the statement relies on these veritable words to describe the work of Nana Kwame Ampadu, and at the risk of repeating what he has said, the Speaker, I reiterate, quote, the traditional wisdom, the flow of the storytelling, and the education contained sought to provide guidance and inspiration to both the young and the old. And the Speaker, the maker of the statement goes on to describe this legend as a virtuoso performer. He couldn't have chosen anything less to describe the work of this great man. Mr. Speaker, in all of these, one thing is clear from the work of this legend: discipline. Discipline. And I listened to my colleague who had a bite on this matter before me, talking about the morality in the life of these musicians in the days gone. How can the young generation of musicians learn from them that they always find themselves in the grips of the police, people cannot look up to them, music is associated with all kinds of vices and all that. They don't make it attractive. So I would want to urge the young musicians to embrace discipline, not to go to social media abusing themselves, not to create problems for themselves. They should see it as a career that would also inspire others, because by their behavior, they are not making music attractive. And I'm not sure any parent would today encourage, any responsible parent, encourage the child to go into music, looking at what is happening in that space. Two, from what Honorable Chairman Sir has told us today, it tells us that we must go back to our backyard and promote music, local music, the culture. So, Speaker, in the Futu, for instance, we have the Ompe group. And when they sing here today, Mr. Speaker, I think I must remember that when you were in Winneba, you heard them. You would enjoy their music. Those So Day and that Patampa. And
I even saw you dance with the traditional.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as for that one, we'll reserve it for another day. But Mr. Speaker, I so much enjoy it. And over the weekend, Mr. Speaker, you saw the Agbaja dance, the Anlo community in the Futu. They have their group, and they tell you the story behind the music. It's amazing. Why are we suddenly forgetting about our own? Nana Kwame Ampadu and others relied on what was about our culture in their lyrics, and we all enjoyed it. So let's go back to our roots and promote our own. It will be a source of employment for the various groups if we really take their work serious, and I'm sure in the end Ghana will win. So, Mr. Speaker, the content of this statement, the script, is important for all of us to take our time and read it. We will learn a lot of useful things from it, and I am happy that it came from no less a person than the leader of government business and the leader of this house. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I only wish to say that if there are any musicians to be eulogized in this country, there's no way anybody can overlook the late Nana Kwame Ampadu. I grew up into his music. I learned a lot linguistically from his choice of words and the presentations he made. And the reason those of us who grew up in his time compare with music of today is we wonder whether any young man will learn anything from the kind of music that they jumped to. But when we were growing up, we were learning wisdom and language, choice of words from the kind of music that we listen to. I congratulate the leader for putting out such a beautiful statement. Earlier on, he shared something on our platform, and I shared it on my group's platform. Everybody was amazed at the eulogy that the leader had written for the late Nana Kwame. Yes, you saw it on the Old Vandals platform. I shared it there, and everybody was amazed at the beautiful eulogy that the leader had written for him. So, as we commemorate the late Nana Kwame Ampadu, I also congratulate the majority leader for bringing to the fore this legend. That brings us to the end of statement time. At the commencement of public business, presentation of papers. Honorable Majority Leader. Item 1A. AI, sorry.
Report of the Bank of Ghana on the conduct of monetary policy, macroeconomic review, and banking sector development for the period January to June 2021.
The report is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Aye.
Annual report of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, CHRAJ, for the year 2017.
The report is duly presented. Is referred to the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs to consider and report. Aye.
Speaker, the Roman number 2, A Roman number 2, Annual Report of the Commission of Human Rights and Administrative Justice. I'm wondering whether it shouldn't go to the Special Budget Committee.
Without due deference to you, Leader, can you remove your notes? I can't hear you.
As I was saying, that the referral in respect of A Roman number 2, I'm wondering whether it shouldn't go to the Special Budget Committee. The Commission of Human Rights. Yeah, annual report.
The annual report should go to the Special Budget.
The Special Budget Committee. That's the committee that superintends.
Oh, very well. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
I serve on the Special Budget Committee with him, and that is for budget. This is more like an annual report of its performance. I don't think that your referral is inappropriate if it goes to the Committee on Constitutional Legal. But, Mr. Speaker, if it's the pleasure of leader that it should go to our Special Budget Committee, you may grant it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No objection.
Very well. I hereby order vary the order earlier made. I retract the order that the report goes to the Committee on Constitutional and Legal. I direct that the report goes to the Special Budget Committee. Aye.
Annual report of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, for the year 2018.
The report is duly laid. Is referred to the annual Special Budget Committee to consider and report. Item IV.
Annual report of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, for the year 2019.
The report is duly laid. Is referred to the Special Budget Committee to consider and report. Item V.
Performance audit report of the Auditor General on the provision of flood control drains by the Hydrological Services Department of the Ministry of Works and Housing.
The report is duly laid. Is referred to the Committee on Works and Housing to consider and report. Item VI. Leader called Roman number 6, VI.
I've done it before already.
Report of the Auditor General on the Management of Petroleum Fund for the financial year ended 31st December 2020.
The report is duly laid. Is referred to the Committee on Energy to consider and report. Item VII.
Performance audit report of the Auditor General on the management of blood transfusion services in health delivery in Ghana.
The report is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Health to consider and report. Item VIII.
Performance audit report of the Auditor General on the distribution of medical supplies in Ghana.
The report is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Health to consider and report. Item IX.
Performance audit report of the Auditor General on the management of parks and gardens in Ghana.
Honourable members, my attention is being drawn to the fact that items V, that's Roman number 5, up to IX, are the Auditor General's report. So they appropriately should go to the Public Accounts Committee. So I revoke all the orders I made in respect of items V, VI, VII, VIII, and direct that the report rather be referred to the Public Accounts Committee to consider and report. Now, IX, the report is duly presented, is referred to the Public Accounts Committee to consider and report. Item B. Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, if I may hold the fort for the Minister responsible for Employment and Labour Relations. I'm craving your indulgence to hold the fort for the Minister responsible for Employment and Labour Relations. And do B.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader. Yes, the leader has applied to lay the report on behalf of the Minister. Yes.
Annual report of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Employment and Labor Relations here to consider and report. Item C.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the PSC Tema Shipyard Limited for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented. Is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport to consider and report. Item D.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Meteorological Agency, GMET, for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Communications to consider and report. DII.
Annual statements of the Audit Committee of the National Communications Authority for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Communications to consider and report. Item E.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the period April to June 2021.
The report is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs to consider and report. Item F.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Bono Regional Coordinating Council for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Local Governance to consider and report. G.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, GIADEC, for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Employment and Labor Relations to consider and report. Item H. HI, sorry.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Asante Achim Central Municipal Assembly for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Local Government to consider and report. Item HII.
Annual statements by the Audit Committee of the Ghana East Municipal Assembly for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Local Governance to consider and report. Item HIII.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Doma Central Municipal Assembly for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Local Governance to consider and report. IB.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Amansia West District Assembly for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Local Governance to consider and report. Item I, Roman numeral 1, by the Minister for Health. Leader, I call the Minister for Health. Yes, Leader, let me hear you if you are applying. Minister for Health has been in the chamber all since morning.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yeah. He and the Minister for Western Housing, yeah, they were in the chamber, but because of the fact that they needed to do something outside the chamber, they engage the speaker. The speaker has asked them to step aside. So let me hold your fort for them.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, today he can hold the fort. At this time, he must serve notice to ministers that if they have business, they must accompany their business to the floor of the House. I'm just serving notice, so no objection for now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Particularly because the minister has been in the chamber for so long, I think it's deserving of being accorded that. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Medical and Dental Council for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Health to consider and report. Aye.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Health Facilities Regulatory Agency, HIFRA, for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Health to consider and report. Aye.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Health Insurance Authority for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Health to consider and report. Item IV.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Health Service for the year 2020.
The report is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Health to consider and report. Item 7. Presentation and first reading of bills. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Kennedy Nyakun was saying Nyakun was here. But because it's a private member's bill, let me leave that for him. He will come and do it. And then I will do the other one for the Minister for Western Housing.
Very well. I know that some group of they're engaging him as the chairman of the committee, I'm aware. So I know he's engaged in official assignment, yes. Ghana, item B.
An act to establish the Ghana Hydrological Authority to promote the delivery of hydrological services for planning, design, execution, operation and maintenance of flood control mechanism, works related to coastal engineering, sewage, drainage improvement and river development, operational and applied hydrology, and to provide for related matters.
The bill is read the first time and is referred to the Committee on Works and Housing for consideration and report. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we were minded at the very outset to adjourn a recline to a joint caucus meeting today. Unfortunately, the person to lead us is not in the chamber. The Honorable Dominic Ayine is on the chamber. So I guess we can do so tomorrow. So let's take an adjournment for today and we'll see what happens tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I support the request for adjournment. We are in your able hands. Thank you.
Honourable members, it is past 2 o'clock. The House is adjourned till tomorrow, Wednesday, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Okay.
So they are not doing well. They are not doing well. It's just this year that they tied some of our rules. And considering the number of times the presidents are visiting the national chief.
Okay.
This is my concern. Fadama should have developed more than it has developed.
Right. Before we end our conversation, which has been very fruitful, I'd want you to tell me what is there about Fadama that you want people to know that maybe has been hidden or has just not been told so much. What can you boast of, or what can you say about Fadama that you want people to know about?
I will boast of our stay as a community. We live as like a single family, one family. We love each other. That is how we grew up to see our elders. When a Fadama person goes out and you touch him, you touch the problem, because we make sure we revenge.
How?
That was the old perception.
Okay.
Thieves, we are told, don't enter into Fadama. That's old Fadama. So that communal work, they come together as a community to work. Where they used to chase thieves wherever, when you enter Fadama, wherever you run to, they will chase you in.
Okay.
And we came down here in Fadama. That is how we were growing. That is how we were also trying to live. We used to go down to Apeka, stay there till late in the night. When you touch one of us, we fight. But as we are growing, we are gaining knowledge. We know how to interact. We know how to make peace. We are educated. Most of us are now educated. We have been to school. We know how to go about things. Some, as a chief, some of the problems that are brought to me are not only the Muslims. Other tribes, when they have problems, they come to me. Go into it, make sure I solve it for them.
Okay.
So Fadama, we are as one people, and our main leader is the National Chief Imam. We respect him a lot. He is a very good leader, and we are proud of that.
Okay. Yes. Finally, old Fadama, do you still have any links with them? Do you know how they are coping, or it's a complete cut since you moved here?
Cut. But we are deciding to take the government up, to sue the government.
You want to sue
the government?
Okay.
Yes. Oh, Fadama, it's our land. Our grandfather bought it. I told you the indenture is there.
Yeah.
But as I'm talking to you now, we've not got the document for the Fadama. Before Dr. Kwame Nkrumah started working on it, and they overthrew. Since then, we were chasing the document. Of Fadama. I don't know why they don't want to give the document to us. They have not been fair to us.
Okay.
Yes. They have not been fair.
So
is it because we are Muslims? Is it tribalism? Why are they not trying to give our document to us?
But have you asked in recent times?
We have been, as I told you, we have been chasing.
Okay.
The chief imam has written letters. Even as I'm talking to you, there is a letter which has been sent to the authority.
So when you say we are going to sue, you mean
Yes,
you
I
as
think
the leader?
if we get to a certain point, we have to take legal action against the government.
As leaders
Eh?
the community?
As leaders of the community. Why are they trying to deprive us our rights?
I see.
And our property. Why?
Okay. Sarki Ridwan Mukhtar Abbas, it's been insightful learning from you everything you've told us about the community of Fadama. This is just the first part. We'll be going round the community with Dr. Abbas to learn other things about the community. But we are so grateful for spending time with us and educating us.
You are most welcome.
All right.
My doors are always open.
Thank you once again. And so that's how we wrap up this first part of the show in this edition. We are going to take a tour around the community, and trust me, it's going to be another insightful part. So stick with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is Still People and Places. Thank you for staying with us for that short period. Now we are going to tour around the community, and like I told you, we have another wonderful guest. He is Dr. Yahuza Abbas, and he's a herbalist, and he's going to be taking us around a few popular places in the community. We are starting with the mosque. We've already gone into the central mosque, but he's going to tell us about when it was built and everything else we need to know. So, Doc.
Okay, thank you very much. It's true, I'm Dr. Yahuza Abbas. This mosque started building for so many years, but up to now we are still building it. We didn't finish it yet.
Okay.
So unfortunately, inshallah, very soon we are going to complete it.
But do you know when the mosque was established?
Oh no, I can't tell you.
Okay.
I can't tell you.
Okay.
But if you see you yourself, you know that it's an old mosque. Yeah.
Okay. We saw earlier the tomb of your grandfather inside the
Yeah.
mosque. I see another building here. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, this also for the...
Whilst we go there.
Okay. This too is for my father.
Your father?
The son of Muhammad
Imam.
Mazawaji.
Okay. The first chief imam.
The first chief imam.
Okay.
His son still be that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So his father was... The tomb of his father is in there.
Yeah.
And then the son
The
is
son.
out. Okay.
You can come inside.
Okay.
You see.
So how long has this been here for?
Unfortunately, at least at roughly by 12 to 13 years.
Okay.
12,
Okay.
13 years.
All right. So what do we see?
Yeah,
Here.
this one is something like a apataiwa. How do we call them apataiwa? And we used to put incense.
Okay.
Incense.
Yes.
This is the matches. We used to put incense. Friday, Saturday, during the week, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, we used to come and put incense to light it because of the scent.
Okay.
To catch the
Oh, okay. Just to refresh the place.
refresh. Yeah.
Okay. So what is the relevance of this place? Do people come here to see
Yeah.
or?
People, they used to come here to visit.
Okay.
Like the way, if you watch Aodome, every Friday, people they used to go there and visit their parents who they pass away for the long. Some people too, they are from abroad. They are not around where he passed away. So immediately they come down, they come to see and pray for them.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So, Dr. Abbas,
yeah.
How long have you been staying here in Fadama?
Oh, stay here over 60-something years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a very long time.
Yeah. Oh, long.
Okay.
50-something
So then
years.
you are the best person to take us around. Where are you going to show us today?
Okay. Today I'm going to show you the family, Taj family of the first Imam Muhammad Mirza Waje. They are near. So this is the first Imam Muhammad Mirza Waje, and this is his son house.
Okay.
This is my grandfather's house. He too, this is his son house.
So we are going to see the
I will show you,
homes
and this house too is Chief Imam.
Okay. So when we get there, you can explain to us. But even aside the houses, where else are we going to see? Are you going to show us the markets that Chief spoke about?
After I show you the houses, then I took you to one of the people. They are something like a Niger people. They call them Adarawa.
Okay.
Adarawa.
Okay.
So as they come, that the area my grandfather gave them.
Okay.
Something they are base. And they too, that the area, something like they are the base. Adarawa, they call Adarawa. But we all are Muslim.
Okay.
But something like tribe.
Okay.
Right. Adarawa. After that, I'll show you the market at the front of Chief Imam and toilet facility, and that is all done. Before that, we go to my grandfather's house, the way I'm working.
Okay.
I'll show you the crocodile.
Okay, there's a crocodile we should look out for.
There's crocodile.
It's really going to be
It's a
interesting.
crocodile.
So let's just head straight to the first house. Dr. Abbas is going to show us.
So this is the Chief Imam mother house.
Okay.
But she too passed away for so many years.
The first Chief Imam, you mean?
Yeah, no. The first Chief Imam, Muhammad Mirza Waje, his sister. He delivered Chief Imam.
Okay.
She is the mother of Chief Imam.
Oh, okay.
It's her sister.
Okay. Right.
You see?
I see.
That's his sister. This is the door, that white door. That is room. I shoot to his sisters. All of them, they pass away.
I see. So who stays here now?
Oh no, we are grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah, grandchildren now.
So it's more like a family house.
Family house,
now.
yeah.
Okay.
That's family house.
Okay.
This is the first chief house.
The first chief.
The first chief house.
Okay.
You get my point. That is my grandfather. You get my point. The one who the history where the chief gave it to, Muhammad Mirza Waje.
Okay, so the first chief imam's house.
Yes. This is the second chief imam house. His son Bidat. After he left, his son to take over.
I see.
That the son, he delivered the chief now. We give you the detail.
Okay.
You get my point. Because he say you want the family to be close to him. So this is the father, this is the house, and this is the son house. Formerly, this is the place is working. You have different kinds of animals, crocodiles, snakes, monkeys, crabs, rabbits, different kinds of animals.
So it was like a zoo?
Yeah, because
small
it's something like formerly is curing the mad people.
Oh, I see. He was also a medicine man.
He's the only, he now after he left, our grandson will take over.
Oh, I see.
That's why I say that he's the brother of first imam. You get my point?
Yeah.
He too, only God gave him medicine.
Okay. So that was his
That's why he led. It's a
specialty.
natural. God gave him.
Okay.
So from that work, this work, it started from old Fadama before we came here.
Okay.
You get my point? So it's curing mad people. Any sickness you came here, inshallah, it will cure you. You get my? That's why you get these animals. Because if maybe you are a madman or somebody came, you get boy, maybe you see if you are being something like you are crying, if you see that these animals, you'll be happy.
I see.
You see the snakes, different kinds of snakes.
So there were
Cobra,
snakes too.
bant,
I see.
any type of snake, the animals you see.
Okay.
You see, so after he left, he passed away, he left this only crocodile for us. this crocodile over 40-something years now.
Wow.
Now, I don't know whether it's inside the room in water or I will show you it's here. He landed there. I don't have meat now. Now, if I call him, Inagaki, Zo Suganka, Zo, Inagaki, Zo, Karbinama, Zo, Nene, Zo, no.
Oh, I see. So you usually call out to the crocodile?
This is the place I'm giving you the meat.
Ah.
I used to call him and give him meat.
Oh, I see.
You see, now as I call him, he don't want to come. He didn't hear the sound of the meat.
So is this like a well, the water we are seeing?
No, it's not a well.
So you fill it
with
water?
Yeah.
Okay. So
we fill it.
And then there's water inside?
I used to go and wash it. No water inside.
Okay.
I used to go and wash it and remove all the dirt and put another water inside.
So you keep refilling.
Yeah.
So when it wants to swim, then it comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if maybe I have meat now, hear the sound of the meat, you will come back.
Okay.
You can, but I will show you. I will let you see.
But what is the use of this crocodile?
Yeah, crocodile is helping us. If you see him like it's not common. If you are a bad person or you have a
bad spirit,
bad things, he will tell us.
Oh, I see. So it communicates to you.
Yeah.
It talks to you.
It's communicating to you.
I see. And how does it do that?
Come and see him.
Oh, I see.
You see him?
Yeah.
He's
resting.
He's resting. So as the rain falls, the water enter here.
And then he can lie in it a little. I see. But how does he communicate to you? What does he have a name?
That's called Kada.
Kada.
Yeah.
So the name of
name
crocodile in Hausa is Kada.
Kada.
Okay, but it doesn't have a special name.
No.
Okay.
Kada. We don't have a special. That's Kada.
Okay. But I'm more interested in how you said he communicates to you.
Yeah.
How does he do that?
Yeah, we know it's our. That's why it's a secret between. I can't tell.
Okay. Okay.
Because if I tell you, you can't understand.
I see.
You can't understand. You see?
Right.
You can come. This is my office. You see, full up here.
So what do people come? What kind of situations do people come with?
Yeah, unfortunately, if you come, I don't know you, somebody maybe give you direction. Maybe you have a big problem. I will ask you, what brought you here? You will show me maybe you need a husband, maybe you and a husband, your husband is drinking too much of alcohol, inshallah, or your work problem, inshallah, or you want pregnant, inshallah, God will do it.
I see.
It's not magic. I'm not magic. I'm not a magician.
Okay.
Only God.
I see.
You will get it too.
Okay. Right. Okay. So we are moving from your office and the crocodile house to where next are we going?
Also now I can show you the place where I show that these people who follow my grandfather, the base he gave it to them, that's called Adarawa.
Okay, that's what you spoke about.
From that place, do you know Chef Imam front of your house? You know that's the market and the toilet, that is finished.
Okay, so we can go now.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. So Farama here is a family house.
But I was going to ask earlier, what does a typical day in Fadama look like?
Like a day.
If you come to Fadama on a normal day like this, what happens in Fadama?
Oh, Fadama here, every blessing day, daybreak, people going their work.
Okay.
By Sunday like this, as you know, Sunday, some of the people too, they are in their house. And mostly too, they are making wedding. You hear they put canopy here, or they are making some funeral. Then you see they put canopy, they are doing it.
Are those done on weekdays?
No.
Or weekends?
Yes, weekend. From Thursday to Sunday, they finish.
Okay.
For the marriage. Sometimes too, from Saturday to Sunday, they finish. But mostly Sunday, that's the correct day. They used to gather themselves to do it.
Okay. And I wanted you are talking about funerals and weddings and all those things, but I realized that a lot of your youth use motorbikes. So you see that when there are funerals,
Yeah. Sometimes
they go in groups.
Yeah, sometimes because of the traffic. If somebody passes away, we are taking the person to the cemetery. Because of the traffic, that's why our people riding a motor.
But what does it have to come with all that noise and all of that?
Yeah, because the reason why they are doing these kind of things, we don't want something like a taxi or something car to come and process.
Okay.
So we make something like a convoy. You see, that's why they are being shouting. We are going. So every car coming is always done. He park.
But aren't you see, you are going to bury someone who's dead. By doing all those things, aren't you going to hurt yourself?
No. We are doing it on. Be careful ourselves. Yeah. But if our something like we celebrate we are doing our fasting, so we are going to celebrate Eid al-Fitr. So then we go and pray. If we are taking Chief Imam to the mosque, because he is going to command them over there. So then if we taking him to the mosque, to the Independence, because that place we have been praying.
Okay.
So then we used to use the motto
to announce your presence.
Yeah.
I see.
We are guiding him straight. After the president, we gave him the police bike. And we too, they will make convoy. Maybe you have a private jet, you have your car, you will follow us straight to the Independence, go and pray.
But sometimes you actually end up creating traffic.
No. We are not crazy. Yeah, we're supposed to create the traffic because if you are coming, we give you You self, nobody will tell you. You self know
so
that.
It means everybody else should wait for you to come and pass.
By all means, you will stop. By all means, something like if you reach here, something like we are coming like this, the motorbike will come and block here. Some go block here. So some go block here. If we are going like this, some will block the way the taxi come. Then if you go, but you come, you will stop. This one you come, you stop.
Okay.
This one you come, then to give a way to go.
So that's what I'm trying to understand. Why do you have to stop everybody? Because you are passing.
Even the police car if you see us, you stop.
Why?
And that is our system.
It's a culture.
Yeah, we take it as a culture.
I see.
But you suppose see we are coming, know that there is something.
So we are going when?
No, now this is the Adara. We're supposed to pass here. This is the Adarawa mosque.
Okay.
So that is the base which my grandfather gave them. The time they follow him, they say, okay, you two take here as your base.
Okay.
Because the reason why, if people come from Niger, if you come, you ask, oh, good morning. We are looking for Alhaji so and so. What tribe? He said this tribe. Oh! Go
then
here.
they direct
so
you.
if he come here, definitely, because they plenty here, but always you see the one you came after. You came upon it.
Okay.
And that's why he gave them base.
So this part of the community is only for them?
Yeah, for the people. Adarawa.
Adarawa.
So now some of them, they are built their houses at Sotum.
I see.
So if you go Sotum now, there are plenty over there.
So now we are moving
to the Chief Imam area. From that place, I leave you. This is the market.
Okay, so this is part of the market.
Let's go.
Okay. And when you say market,
even the market, this market is here for the long, because before they come and build Abeka, you know Abeka? But up to now, our own, we are trying to. Even formally, the Onion people say they give them here. They say here is a car park.
Okay.
Here is the car park. Let's come. You see, this is the market. You see how our market?
Okay.
This is our market. And these people too, even this woman, there are plenty, they are selling the tomatoes and pepper and everything. Here too, they are selling cassava and this thing. Now all of them, No market. All of them pass away. Only she, only now. And these people, they are selling charcoal.
Oh,
Some
I
of the
see.
people too, they are sleeping inside. Some people, they are making kenke. You see?
I see.
Look the market now.
So it means that most of the people have moved to other
Yes, to other places. The reason why people now they are sleeping, look, they make it like they are ghetto. They are sleeping
Oh, so
inside.
now people are building around
No,
on the market land.
Look, yeah, the market land. This is the market land. Oh, look how they put the kiosks. They are sleeping inside.
Wow.
Because the market is
It's
not
not
functioning.
functional. Okay.
You get my point? If the market is functioning, by all means, you see how people by this time.
We'll come and sell.
You see?
Okay. So before we get to the Chief Imam's place, we are walking towards the Chief
Yeah.
Imam's place.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, you see, for every community,
Yeah.
we have people who have come out from that community and are doing great things out there. For Fadama, usually you have people like musicians like Kwame Eugene.
That young boy.
Yes.
Oh, that one is basing at down there washing base.
No, he doesn't live here.
Now you don't live here, but before it's a young boy.
Kwame Eugene,
Yeah.
yes.
Before he's based at Farama, the house therefore even the church is attending is that place. Even I can remember last month he used to come here. Oh, he used to come to Chief Imam himself. If he come, we see people, children, the friends, they have follow him. Even last month I saw him at the church, the church which he attend. Oh, now that guy there now he go forward. Oh.
So that's for Kwame Eugene.
Yeah, Chief Imam. This is the Chief Imam house.
Okay.
See?
So this is the residence of the
Yeah,
Chief.
this is the residence of Chief Imam.
Okay.
Here to all is among the market. To the station all.
I see. So the house is very big, but aside the Chief Imam, who else lives here?
He's living here, he and his families, and the securities,
Okay.
and the strangers.
Okay.
Because the big spiritual leaders, people, they used to visit him. Some of them, they're from Senegal, Cameroon, different Abuja, Côte d'Ivoire, every place. They used to come and visit
They come
him.
here to visit
Yeah,
the
to
Chief.
visit him at least roughly by 3 days, 4 days. They went to another. This is the mosque, but he did inside there.
It's his mosque.
Yeah,
But other people come and worship.
Oh,
right.
The mosque here looks like something like a Roman,
Catholic church.
No, if you are a Muslim, our Quran tells us that any mosque, if time reach for prayer,
You can walk into any mosque
any mosque
and pray. Okay.
You see, some people here they can feel go and pray. The mosque, some people too from there they come and this is the mosque.
Oh, I
You
see.
see, so in the morning too like this, they are our mothers. They are reading Quran. They are revising Quran. You see, they are sleepers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they inside. They are reading Quran.
Oh, I see.
They're under. Up and down, all people will pray.
I
For
see.
down for the men,
Okay.
top for the women.
So after a little walking, we ended up at the residence of the Chief Imam, and that's how we wrap up this edition of People and Places here on Ghana Web TV. We couldn't have done this without our lovely guests. The first is the Chief of Fadama, and then we had Dr. Abbas who took us around the different places in the community. So thank you, Doc, for making some time with us. We are grateful. So let's leave it here for this edition. We'll be back again next time with something interesting on this same platform. Until then, my name is Wanda Hagan, and thank you for joining us.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifair Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on our breast cancer tips, we are going to talk about chemotherapy as a treatment option for breast cancer. Chemotherapy is the treatment where we give certain kinds of medication that target rapidly dividing cells, of which cancer cells are the most common in the human body. Now, chemotherapy is done with various agents, and all that they aim to do is to arrest the rapid spread of cancer cells. Because chemo drugs affect all cells that rapidly divide, they also affect hair cells, blood cells, and then cells that line the intestines, because these are normal human cells that divide rapidly. There are various ways chemotherapy can be used. Sometimes chemotherapy is used to reduce the spread or to downgrade the stage. What do I mean? When cancer begins to spread, it is dividing rapidly. Chemotherapy helps to arrest or even stop the spread so that surgery can be used to cut off a localized breast cancer. Other times, chemotherapy is used to help relieve symptoms that can be associated with breast cancer. Chemotherapy that is given before surgery is called neoadjuvant chemotherapy, and chemotherapy that is given after surgery is called adjuvant chemotherapy. All these kinds of treatments have their place in making sure that we achieve some cure in breast cancer management. It is very important that I state here that because breast cancer chemotherapy affects other rapidly dividing cells, that is why women who are on chemotherapy may lose their hair, may suffer symptoms such as anemia, are susceptible to infections, and can have diarrhea, vomiting, and other illnesses. In spite of these, the effect in reducing the breast cancer is significant and is only used when the benefit is more than the side effects. So join us again as we go on to the next treatment option, which is radiotherapy. See you there. Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifair Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on our breast cancer tips, we are going to talk about chemotherapy as a treatment option for breast cancer. Chemotherapy is the treatment where we give certain kinds of medication that target rapidly dividing cells, of which cancer cells are the most common in the human body. Now, chemotherapy is done with various agents, and all that they aim to do is to arrest the rapid spread of cancer cells. Because chemo drugs affect all cells that rapidly divide, they also affect hair cells, blood cells, and then cells that line the intestines, because these are normal human cells that divide rapidly. There are various ways chemotherapy can be used. Sometimes chemotherapy is used to reduce the spread or to downgrade the stage. What do I mean? When cancer begins to spread, it is dividing rapidly. Chemotherapy helps to arrest or even stop the spread so that surgery can be used to cut off a localized breast cancer. Other times, chemotherapy is used to help relieve symptoms that can be associated with breast cancer. chemotherapy that is given before surgery is called neoadjuvant chemotherapy. And chemotherapy that is given after surgery is called adjuvant chemotherapy. All these kinds of treatments have their place in making sure that we achieve some cure in breast cancer management. It is very important that I state here that because breast cancer chemotherapy affects other rapidly dividing cells, that is why women who are on chemotherapy may lose their hair, may suffer symptoms such as anemia, are susceptible to infections, and can have diarrhea, vomiting, and other illnesses. In spite of these, the effect in reducing the breast cancer is significant and is only used when the benefit is more than the side effects. So join us again as we go on to the next treatment option, which is radiotherapy. See you then.